What is up, ladies and gents? It is your friendly neighborhood BJJ podcaster, Rapid Sparza, coming to you live with another great installment of the Grappling Hour. So I have some news for you. Yes, this is a little bit too close up. This is a little bit better. I hope that you guys are doing well. I understand there may be some slight echo. So just so you know, we are broadcasting live here from New Ground Jiu-Jitsu. Unfortunately, they have a couple classes going on. So for the immediate time, we're going to be broadcasting in this little side area. We commandeered one of the changing rooms, and we are using this for the opening. Somewhere at about 1 p.m. or so, when we take a short intermission, we'll actually switch on over to another room. But for right now, very stoked to have you guys joining us. We are going to have some friends dropping in throughout the day. I hope that you guys are ready and excited for a day full of grappling. I have to tell you, these are marathon runs. So Flo essentially said, hey, guess what? We're going to start about 15 minutes late. And I said, 15 minutes late? We can do better. Those are rookie numbers, fam. Let's do 20. So I went 20 minutes after them. And that is why we are just starting right now. But guess what? It doesn't look like we missed too much. If you're looking over, I believe on mat number 5, I believe you can see Elder Cruz starting to get some work in. So just so you guys are following along, we will be here all day. We appreciate you guys for joining us. And I see over here, PGF vet Landon Turville on mat number 1. So I'm going to show you guys a little thing that we can do here on the show that most other shows cannot do. We're going to put a mat advisory on this bitch. So mat advisories are going to be into effect throughout the day. So just be aware on that. And it says, let me tat you with NFTs. I have one that shows the easiest way to submit 2 people at the same time. Okay, that sounds like a foolproof plan. Can't get better than that, am I right? So I have to ask you guys, is mat number 2 entirely not able to be seen? Like, legitimately ask yourself, can you see anything off of mat number 2? I have been working my ass off this entire time to do this, to try and make something work off of this format. And I want to show you guys what I'm looking at right now. It has been, as per usual, a nightmare in the flow space. Let's see if we can bring this back. Yeah, so the slight adjustment here is just having to get used to seeing some of this go through here. I see a note that says it's a sloppy wrestling match that's about to go in overtime. There's either going to be a big scramble or tried hard hand-fired. Yeah, tired hand-fighting is probably going to be the way to go. Ooh, for a split second, I thought we were going to see a smother over on this side. But instead, we go. Yep. So that is on mat number 7, I believe, and I think that is now done. So either that or we are just slightly behind. So it is slightly overwhelming at the moment. We will be keeping you guys abreast on the information that we have as it comes up. What I should point out here, though, I was mentioning this maybe a second ago in terms of what camera work I am seeing here. So just so you guys are aware, when I'm watching this this flow zone, if you would, or this flow version of everything, things are a little gross. In doing so, we're looking at how this plays, and we're seeing how some of these need to be white balanced. And what I mean by they need to be white balanced, it's that they start getting really, really dark. So, for example, if I move in and out of the frame, sometimes the camera work here may have to adjust accordingly. So in doing so, it takes a second to get in. Torville lost by points. Well, that's a shame. And it said, finally got logged into the old flow. Well, you're here just in time. You haven't missed much. So yes, we are already in that part of the day where things are going to get scrambly. Things are going to get confusing. You are starting to see the effects of some people who are going to have very quick days in and out. It's one and done. And right now on mat number 5, there is an advisory. Hunter Colvin is on there. So giving you guys the heads up on that. And just so you guys can tell, this is how things go on this show. There is no off button here. This is just a complete live broadcast. So we will be going. And I see a note here from friend of the show, Jake Watson says, turns out no commentary today. Maybe I'll call in. That'd be great. Would love to see you here. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about in terms of what I'm seeing here. Look at this, guys. Just so you can see what I'm saying. This is, it's so random the way that this is popping in. But like when I'm looking at the way that Flow does their thing, I just go, you know, it would be kind of nice if Flow actually presented something that didn't look like pitch dark black. And I'm trying to do my best to give you guys a representation of what I'm looking at here. But it is, it's just jarring. So it takes a second. We'll come back to that in a few moments. But I see S. Lone on mat number 5. Thank you. I also say I have a mute and I see an iPhone Life. Absolutely. Oh boy, Christian, I don't know about that. You said it's a shame UFC Fight Pass isn't handling this Flow trash. Well, it did at one point, and it looks like Sloan is he already off the mats? Is he done for the day? Well, he's, I guess, off for mat number 1. I'm sorry, mat number 6. So I think he's done. That brings us back to this. But yes, Christian, it is not the best camera work in the world. However, they did have a contract with UFC Fight Pass. And I see here it says that he did win. So congratulations to Sloan. That is very good to see. Not a major surprise here, but we are moving fast and furious. I do see Rocha, I believe the young child of Wagner. He is on mat number 4, if I am seeing this correctly. So there is that. All right, let me go ahead and bring you guys some other interruptions and notes as we go on. It says, didn't catch the sub, but it was the neck. I mean, I'm positive it was the neck. So my apologies here, everybody. It's about to get real sexy here in a second. You guys are about to see some inner workings. It is currently raining outside. Oh, look at that. Oh my God, am I in a Grappling Hour t-shirt? Jesus. Woo. I'm gonna fix the hair here real quick. But yes, this is merch you can get on over at rafasparza.com/merch. Just saying, in case you haven't already. Always supports the brand, supports us. And I always love when Flow can't decide if they're going to put the names up of the competitors. Like there are some mats where you see somebody just get on and off and there's no branding on it. So there is that. Let's go through a couple things. Yes, so I do have that photo up that I would like to share with you guys. It is very funny to see how all of this. Oh, mat number 2. There is a potential leg lock that may be a finish, and a tap is made there. It does look like Jay Schaefer. Yep, Jay Schaefer is going to get the tap on that one. So congratulations to him. Looking at the comments, I'll go back to this way. Conscious Keelan vlogs, it says, I literally can't even watch. Trying. Someone should definitely not text me their login. That would be bad. Keelan, come on, bro. Come on. I can't tell you guys what to do with your life, but I will not endorse some tomfoolery unless it's in the comments that I can later delete so that this never happened, at least not on my stream. Looks like we got somebody from the Secret Jiu-Jitsu clan who's about to make some vlogs right now. You can't find the stream. Well, you found mine, so that's the most important one. Everybody else is second nature. So if you have me, you're good. Pomano is on mat number 5 right now. So keeping you guys abreast, mat number 5. Keep eyes on that if you can. I would like to point this out. So in doing this, we have seen some interesting interplay going on so far. Our director has shown up. How are you doing, sir? You all right? Are you seeing the accommodations that we are making here?
It's hot and steamy. But
it is very hot in here.
I did just come back from Mexico City, so I'm already accustomed.
I'm very glad that that is the case. Hold on. Hold on. Even you getting here made that camera work. Not sure where it's going to go.
My power, my presence.
Did Nick Ortiz versus N Burns go down yet? Oh, you're the best. Don't know yet. Consciousness of Kane. Very interesting name. Don't know what to do about that just yet. But so one thing that we could do here is it may be a smart idea to have this playing off of your HDMI.
My HDMI?
Do you have a computer?
No.
Oh. All good. All right. I was like, wait. Oh. Okay. Because normally I have preview here for me on how I look. So essentially,
This one.
yeah. So
On this?
if it's not doing the stream, it gives me preview. So like if I were to hand it over and do it off another computer, I mean, technically I could probably do it off that, but I think it's too slow. So I think it handles both here just fine.
The monitor's too slow?
That computer is,
Oh, computer.
yeah, that computer is, it's not ancient, but it's not new. Let me see here. Gabe says, what weights are running right now? Haven't gotten an updated schedule. Gabe, there is no updated schedule, my friend. It's all melee. It is, we are at the very beginning of the show, which means it's just matches thrown at you. We will do our best to keep you on notice on who these people are, but there is almost no way to slow it down. But yes, we will try to keep you posted of this. Do y'all think that J-Rod has the easiest bracket to the semifinals? I did notice it seemed like they were setting him up for some success. Yeah, it wasn't bad. That wasn't bad. It's always funny to me when they say they're going to give you a much better or an easier bracket if you do trials or you're a notable person. So you'll enjoy this. I want you to keep an eye on mat number 2. So the second one over here, right? That camera is not remotely at all either aperture, not white balanced, or they just said, you know what? Good luck, camera.
Look, I'm gonna break a fourth wall.
Please go ahead and tell me all about it, Octavio.
You know, not every time do they have the same camera.
No.
Mix match,
No.
and they go hope for the best.
But okay, even if you have a different camera,
It's possible to get them close, but if it's different model, some cameras just don't look alike.
I'm like, so I can live with different quality. I can see the different qualities of different cameras as we speak, right?
Yeah, I mean that one absolutely is. There's a white balancing issue
Yes,
for sure.
but
Because look at the mat, and then look at the mat compared to all the other cameras.
it's just
It's like a brown. Well, it's like a weird brownish hue, while the other ones at least are black.
it's just, but that's not even as bad as it's gotten. Oh, that's a good back take though. Oh, that's on mat number dose. So in case you guys are wondering what we're looking at, mat number 2. We're gonna, if I could just show you this. This is what it looked like a little bit earlier.
Oh my god.
It's just, it is absolutely absurd to be seeing that, and that we pay for it.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
How much is this?
It's $150 per year. And if you do it on the monthly, because you can do the monthly, just in case you guys don't know, you can do it. It is still like $30 per month.
This is not worth $30.
No, never. And in fact,
You'd be lucky you'd get $30 for the stream. Like, here's ADCC, the stream, here's the cost.
right.
$30, people are like, that's enough.
You know, I wonder if Flo was smart enough to just do an ADCC package that gave you all the trials.
Well, that's an oxymoron in itself.
Ugh.
Is Flo smart enough? The sentence ends there.
I'm trying to help them.
No, don't
Good.
help them. I love watching them crash and burn and losing all their good people.
Good to know. So what I would tell you guys is this, in case you didn't see what the screen looked like a little bit earlier, this is kind of what I was referring to. Look at this screen. Look at it. That's what they had. Complete pitch dark. So that's what we were just talking about here as some production back here. It says, Flo, the quality you've come to expect. That's fair. Going to not illegal hack it. LOL. Well, listen, you guys do what you need to do.
Go to the Russian streaming sites.
The Russian. Let me see.
Be careful which links you click.
Thanks. I'll anticipate going over in a few minutes and having to be prepared to just jump on the mat. Gabe, no. Oh my goodness. Okay. Gabe, you're a friend. I'm going to see what I can help here. Oh my goodness. That's so annoying. All All right, let's help out a pal. Gabe is one of the nicest human beings in the entire world, so we're gonna help out our friend here and see if we can get him some information. So hold tight, Gabe.
Do you need another computer? I can go grab one.
I mean,
Will make your life easier.
the nice part about one camera setup right now is that there's not switching. So it's not like I don't know what I look like. I have preview down here.
There's very limited ways you can look.
Like, and you know what the weird part is? You know, sometimes I'll like these blink for a minute and like they'll go to black.
The cameras?
Cameras will sometimes go to black.
On the
No,
screen?
just my camera.
Oh, your camera. Okay.
So like sometimes, let's say maybe you've overworked it or whatever. It just takes a minute, or the camera battery, the falsy just kind of like blah. Normally, if it blinks, I have another camera it cuts to. So it's just like, oh, it went to blink, whatever. On this one, if it goes to black, I'm just like, screw it.
They got your voice, right? Become the podcast.
They just see a black screen in me. You know,
it's a video stream or it's a podcast.
You know,
at any time.
Legitimately, what I should do is just put a photo in the background that in case it goes, like the video cuts out, it's just me being like,
Hey, you need one of those technical
yes. It's like I always forget. Like it's like one of the last things I tend to think about right as we get into week of production.
Plan for failure because you know it's gonna go amazing.
Did I tell you? Okay, so just so you know this, Flo, we have some on-site reporters who are helping us out.
God bless your heart.
God bless them indeed. Some of our on-site reporters, they sent me a note. They were like, "Yo, Flo's starting 15 minutes late," and I was like, "Oh yeah."
That's impressive. Only 15.
Only 15. But I heard, I was like, only 15 late? Yo, those are rookie numbers, fam. We gotta pick that up. I was like, I'm gonna start 20 minutes late. I can't tell if that was Bryce on mat number 2. If that was the homie Bryce. Oh my God, there's no way to keep up with everybody all at once. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying and see there. Let me road trip with you. Gabe, I'm down to tap dudes. That sounds weird, but okay. It sounds like a little weird solicitation that's happening. You know, it's almost a love connection in our... So let me see. Okay, let's go to... Just in case you guys didn't know, yesterday on the brackets, they didn't actually let the brackets out until midnight yesterday. So while I was trying to do some research and get ready for it, midnight was when I started trying to do the research to figure out who, what, where, when, and why. Okay, I do have... That's good. Okay, I can pull this up now. Okay, great. I know exactly what I'm going to do. So there is... who's up next? Okay. Just so you guys know, there is a way to kind of figure out who's at least going on all at once. And it is on the main page. You got to go over on Flow Grappling. There's at least kind of like a panel that just tells you who is on which mats, but it doesn't tell you who's coming up next. So we have one problem fixed. We're going to see if we can get 2. I'm going to look over and see upcoming bouts. And just so you know, Gabe, if I see your name, I will let you know. I don't quite see it just yet, but we do have people like Steven Martinez who are basically scheduled to go. Chris Wojcik about to go as well. Christian Olivero. Yeah, we've got some folks, but no, Gabe, I do not see you on here. I will do my best to give you a heads up if you are supposed to be on this, this little bracket here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to come back on over to Flow Grappling. We're going to go back on over to the main site. I swear to God, man, the amount of stuff that we have to do just to stay somewhat abreast as to what's going on. It says, I'm not unstraight. I didn't even know that trials were happening. I mean, trials are, dude, this is very difficult to keep up with everything. I think this is the buddy Christian Olivero, who's going to be on mat number 5. So mat number 5, Christian Olivero. He is out of Drysdale's. Good longtime friend of the show. Happy to see him doing well. Looking at brackets. So there is that happening right now. I'm going to see if I can pull this up. America, yep, Northwest. Beautiful. All right, this should help me stay on it. Just so you guys can see, look at this. This is the stuff you have to do. This will tell you who at least is supposed to be going at this time, so that if we have any discrepancies, we can at least somewhat keep up with it. So stay tuned as we bring you more and more information, you guys. Jesus Christ. And then Gabe, let's see if we can find you where you're at, buddy. All right. Christian Oliveira. You know what I wanted to check there was to see if my buddy Bryce had gone up. And Bryce, I believe, was in 77. Let's find out. Woo! That is going to be a tough match. You know what really sucks is when you look down these brackets and you see your friends and you just think to yourself, oh my God, you have Andy Varela second? Eek. That definitely happened with one of my buddies. About 469, that is in the 77 kg. So 469, let me see if I saw. That has not gone down yet. Okay, great. Gabe, I'm going to pull you up. I think I have a way to search these on out. Hey, there we go. About 763. About 763, Gabe, and I don't see you happening just this moment yet. So I believe that's supposed to be mat number 7, and that's supposed to be about 63. So unless I am misinformed, which I very much could be. So I will keep an eye out for you on that realm. It said none of the notifications I set up on Flow have worked. Awesome. Yeah. And it says, is there a way to bet on ADCC trials? I think there has to be. I know for a while that they were doing like that flow to win, bet, whatever. That's not really for me. Steven Martinez on mat number 6. Mat number 6, Steven Martinez. Heads up on that. And it says, did the match start already? I don't know which one. And it says, is there bracket anyone's watching? No, I don't know about that. And it says, did Rao just lose first round? That's a great question. Good, sir. Underneath the table, there should be a plethora of supplies. See if you can find me an HDMI, because I at least have who's going up at once that I can put on that TV. Gracias, sir. Whew. Vince Barbosa from B Team is on mat number 1 right now. So mat number 1, Vince Barbosa. Giving you guys the heads up right now. Kevin Burbick on mat number 6. And as we mentioned a little bit earlier, Steven Martinez on mat number 5. So these numbers are not at all corresponding. Yeah, Barbosa's in the middle of a tattoo off right now. They are one of the first people to both go ADCC style. Good for them. And it says, like Thailand style bets live. Yeah, there is that. I would actually enjoy that a lot. Ooh, Oliveira trying to go for this leg. He might get countered here. It's kind of a heel hook off. He does have a slight advantage, I think, over his opponent. And I think he does get the tap here. I don't think this one's... I think this was an offshoot HDMI, actually.
Offshoot.
Yeah.
Not good enough.
Gracias. And it says, no shirts should be criminal. Listen, Jason, it's ADCC. It's the Wild Wild West. I don't even care. Like, ADCC's fine. You can go ADCC style, ADCC, that's fine. This is like one of the few tournaments where I think it actually makes sense. And it's hard to enforce and tell people they can't do it, because that's just going to make them do it 10 times more. I think they do it to stay slippery, though, so that they don't get caught with inane, stupid things. By the way, if you guys are just joining us right now, my name is Rafa Esparza. We are part of what we like to call the Grappling Hour Watch Along. We're doing a little fight companion for the ADCC event. Your comments are not just necessary, they are a huge part of the show. So please feel free to go and talk to us throughout the day. Has Jordan Holy gone yet? That's a great question. I'll see if I can get you some answers on that in a few seconds here. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up here momentarily. Let's find out. Jordan Jordan Holy, 66 kg. I think he has a first round bye, so I don't think you'll be seeing him just yet. So Jordan Holy, I believe, had a first round bye. We're going to go over and double check. He was supposed to be about 335. 335 means that you get the opportunity to go early and you get that bye. Yeah, so that's what that is. De Oliveira's down, and the mat numbers don't correspond, so my apologies on that. And Vince Barbosa and Travis Thomas of 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, kind of back and forth battle right now. There's still 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Steven Martinez is up 5-0 against Summers, and that is on mat number 5. Actually, no. My timer is a little bit behind. He is actually ahead, 10-0. So just in case you guys were wondering, 10-0 up for him. This is how you can tell we're a little bit behind on the broadcast to the scoring little mechanism that I have here. So doing our best to keep you guys in that. Christian Major go through yet. So let me start here, you guys. I'm going to do my best that I can to keep you updated on what's going on. But the best thing you can do, in case you wonder if somebody has gone yet, there is a site. It is called Flow Grappling. And you are allowed to check the... Ooh! That was a really good footlock there by McMahon. Congratulations to him. I believe he's able to get it done with a straight footlock. But yes, if you go to Flow Arena and start looking them up like that, it will tell you who has gone yet. Because if we do this for every single person, there are over 1,000 athletes. And we might be here for a minute. So the pleasure is ours, yes. And it says, are you streaming through Flow? I'm watching it on Flow. So you guys are getting the byproduct of me going over all of that. If you are standing, your head is barely above the doorknob, 3.9. Well, I'm glad this is the priceless commentary we get on days like this. Clearly not standing. Christian Hickman says, Sam Kilmer on mat number 2 is a dark horse to make a run. So let's go ahead and keep an eye on him. This man. So, Sam Kilmer, well, let's keep eyes on him. I'm going to go ahead and see if he is up. I don't have him on my side. Ryan Aiken is about to come up on mat number 3, just so you guys are aware. And William Tackett coming up on mat number 5. Chris Wojcik on mat number 6. There's a lot going on right now, so there's going to be a whole bunch of friends. And by the way, shout out Chris Wojcik. Chris Wojcik is a beast for a number of reasons, but my man showed up in a Grappling Hour hoodie today. And I was super stoked to see that. What a nice fact. Do you know how I know that? One of our on-site correspondents sent us something and showed us a photo of him that we will put up momentarily. Don't worry, I'm back here. You guys won't lose me. Glad that we're zooming in on the athletes, because that just means they'll have to resume.
I get it.
William Tackett, mat number 5. Gracias. See, this is how I know our on-site reporter is making sure that we get this. It says, Davis lost to Achilles Rocha by heel hook. Looked fast and scary. Hope Davis is okay. And it says, Florida doesn't even work for me. So, John, well, I would ask if it was any other hooligan, I might say, are you a subscriber? But I know you are. So I think in order to actually use Flow Arena, you have to be a subscriber to Flow Grappling.
No, you just gotta put salt around your laptop and create a summoning circle, and you could unlock it.
I'm so glad you're coming in with the abuelita tricks right now.
The witchcraft that works. You gotta bridge the world.
No,
together. Witchcraft and technology.
Mijo, you put the Vicks on it and it's fine. You get it.
You rub your computer with an egg when it has a problem, and then you crack, and then all your technical difficulties are fixed. You don't have to restart your computer at all anymore.
All right. I'm seeing here. Let me see. William Tackett, yes, about mat number 5. And I think we must have missed it, but Ryan Aiken versus Aaron Teagues is about to be a really good match on mat number 3. I believe Chris Wojcik probably just advanced, but let's find out here. And it says Wojcik won in 29 seconds. Thank you for that. I see Tackett in on a leg. He's losing the leg, but I think he's going to come up from it. But his opponent's rechambering, so Graves is trying to get him back. Tackett doing a good job of already starting to escape here. But the question is, how do you think he'll do, Wojcik, at 88? He's mostly done 77 before. I mean, he's been lifting, bro. I hope that's the case. The other thing to consider is, and Wojcik is a big friend of the show, Wojcik has been, did he just get to mount?
Yeah, he got out of that leg entanglement. Went right into mount.
Jesus, wish I could. Wojcik also, last time we checked with him, he hadn't, to my knowledge, gone full time and like gone into the world of writing and just training jiu-jitsu, which I think has really upped his game because now he's based so much more time out at B team. So watching him really come into his own there has been phenomenal. I'd love to see him make a run. He is a dangerous competitor, and on the right day, he is very hard to beat. So I think he's very familiar with those boys in that division. Okay, I see this dude here. Let's come back down to this. Oh, look at that. Just popped up. All right, Ryan Aiken is ahead 2-0 on Aaron Teagues. Aaron is a very good standout friend of ours. He's been on Submission Underground a number of times. Elder Cruz is coming up on mat number 2. Just so you're aware, mat number 2. And staying on the action, William Tackett looks like he might be on a finish here. I think he's about to put the end to 1C Graves. Yep, and that will do it right there. William Tackett advances. No surprise there, but continuing on. And it says, are you able to watch all the match on Flow Grappling? Man, just barely. If there ever was a sentence that like hinges on just barely, it is that sentence right there. And I do love the fact that on mat number 2, they're just zooming in on another match that I think already finished. So I think there's a lag even between what they're showing and what's happening on the different mats. Because that dude's already walked off.
Twin brother.
Oh, he's his twin brother. But yes, thank you guys for keeping our sourced material here. I know it is difficult to keep up with all of these matches, but you guys are big, big helps here. And it has been very, very welcome to see this happening and to see you guys coming through. I want to give shout outs to a few friends. Giovanni Vasquez showed up, or Gianni. He is a fight with Up Next Fighting. Thank you for stopping in, buddy. Zach Cougar Schneider, who was at CJJ Worlds and had a very good run. I very much enjoyed him. And speaking of having a good run right there, it looks like one Dixon was able to get a very solid finish on Garcia. So he will advance right now, and that was on mat number 2 from what I was looking at. Some other folks that we want to give some shout outs to that I saw that kind of said what's up. Jay Battles, good to see you. The Combat Academy, good to see you. It's been some really good stuff. What's up, Joey Fody? Oh, look at that. Leno, what are you doing here, bud? Good to see all of our friends popping in. I'm going to check our messages because I'm also doing my best to keep up with you guys who send me. By the way, if you are sending me direct messages on the day of Flow Grappling and it has nothing to do, like if you're just sending me memes, this is not the day. I will not get back to you. We make it very clear we do this once every 6 months or so. And these days, it is very funny when people are like, I need a little bit of your time. Oh, by the way, did you know you had food? There's a bacon burrito out there for you.
Say no more.
And there's also donuts.
Say no
and load up on coffee as well. Frosto puts them out that way. So, my apologies for not letting you know sooner, sir. A happy director is a productive director. That's what I always say. Or at least I just said right now. What's up, Kevin Sherrill? Handsome Kevin is right now on mat number 4. Mat number 4, he is going up against Angelo Claiborne. So let's give some shout out to good friend of the show, Kevin Sherrill, who's been on the PGF before and is just a monster of a competitor. He's an excellent human being too, by the way. Good friend of the show. Very happy he is joining us on this one. What is up, Debo? Yo, ooh, nice slam there by Elder Cruz. Excellent work, and that is happening on mat number 2. That should get him a takedown point, and that's only within the first 20 seconds of that match. There is a pull to guard here by Claiborne, and Cheryl's going to start working to pass. The action has not ended. What are you talking about, mat number Oh my goodness. Good Lord. So now I have to go back and turn that stream on. Just so you guys are aware, this is what I'm looking at right now. It is telling me, it is informing me that the action has ended. What they mean to say is, oops, our camera broke. Oh my goodness. David Garmo, another friend of the show, he is on mat number 8. Mat number 8, that might be the camera that went down, by the way. So we're going to see if we can get that one back up. I also see another friend of the show who recently just joined on, Sean Yanamarco. Or I forget how he said to say it. We did an interview and I was like, Yadimarco or Yadamarco? And he's like, Yadamarco. He goes, it doesn't matter. My grandparents just made that name up anyway. Looking here for a split second. Cheryl was looking for a footlock. Doesn't quite get it. His opponent's going to find his way up to the top side. So there's no points there just yet. As a reminder, points only happen at the 3-minute mark, which is the halfway point. So there is that, though. Speaking of points, he may not get any points, but he has a body triangle. So Elder Cruz looking very nice on mat number 2. Some excellent work all the way throughout. It does look like Ryan Aiken is going to advance. So apologies to our other good friend, Aaron Teagues, but Ryan Aiken is going to be very tough in that division. And Handsome Matt in on a footlock doesn't quite have the ability to maintain the position. His opponent tries to roll to take the back. Probably will not get it. They are slowly moving their way off of the mats. But I have to say, so far, so good. I don't want to jinx anything, and I probably will be. But the action has largely stayed on the mats thus far in. So that makes me very, very happy because I have been expecting a lot of these goons to go off mats. And honestly, very nervous about that. Is this dude competing in like a soccer jersey? No, not even a soccer jersey, just like the loosest t-shirt in the world. The only person I know who could do that is one Majid Hage, but I believe that is happening on the Matthew Cox and Andrews Dyers. That's on mat number 1. Speaking of which, that body triangle is kind of minusculely gone away, but there were hooks. They're now back up to standing, and there was almost a front roll out of it. And it does look like Schaefer finds his way into almost going into like a De La Riva here. May not have it. Was looking for the foot of Elder Cruz. Elder Cruz just splashes his way on over to side control. David Garmo on mat number 8. Still looking very good in his VHTS rash guard. And he is starting to put some heavy pressure passing here. It's at 326 on my side. Hopefully you guys are at a similar pace right now. Kevin Sherrill has to make sure he's going to keep this guard up on the mat number, just making sure here, mat number 4. His opponent does get 3 points right now for passing. There's a minute 51 left to play in that action right there. And it does look like Matt Cox is going to get a pass here. Still no points on his side, but he may be in on an armbar Kimura. He switches, now looking more firmly toward that armbar. And if he has the ability, he might also be able to go straight into a triangle here as well. So he has options. That is happening on mat number 1. Meanwhile, it does look like Cheryl has to get out of mount. He has a minute 53 as a reminder. Minute 53 to work. He's probably going to need the submission here in order to advance. Sean Yanamarco is still pointless against Shane Fishman, and that is on mat number 3. Mat number 3, as a reminder, you guys, we are keeping action on all of these different areas. So let me see here. Raph, are you watching on a delay? I think I might be, but to me, it feels like a real thing, so I don't know. And it says, Yadamarco about to be up. We did get that. Thank you for that. Ryan just won. Thank you for that. And speaking of which, Matt Cox just won, and that is on mat number 1 as the heads up. And yes, man, I'm really hoping that Kevin is able to get a sweep here. That would be effing sweeter. What do you think of Mo Black? She's the best. Honestly, last year we had the honor and the privilege of getting to interview her, and just honestly, like a delight. I left that interview in such a good mood because she had such great positivity, and you could see how she has that determination. And that is why we ranked her as one of the 10 best interviews of last year here on the Grappling Hour. So she's the best. Shout out, Mo. And it says, someone tripped over a wire. Can we confirm that? Do we know that? Or are we just like saying that like Tony Ferguson kind of thing? And it says, Cruz with the arm triangle. Yes. Okay, good to see that. Thank you for that. And it says, damn it, Claiborne mounted handsome Kevin. Handsome Kevin's under duress. They're 6-0. He is really going to need a submission that's going to be hard to pull off in the last 16 seconds, as I think his opponent's going to play some evasive maneuvers to make sure he does not do. And it says the damn Flow broadcast lags a bunch. It really does. Time isn't real. Thank you for that, Matthew McConaughey. Appreciate you. And it says Nick Ortiz up on mat number 6. He's a good up-and-comer too. Well, thank you for that. That was a solid suplex, by the way, on mat number 1. I need to figure out who hit that, though. Give me a second. I'll come back on over this way. And it says, assuming the tripped over the wire when the feed went down. So did the feed, did it go back up? Because I might have to try and finagle that very quickly over on my side and bring that on back this way. This is so annoying. Okay. It looks like it might be back. So let's do this. We're going to go boom, boom, boom. Okay, so we're going to go mat 5, 6, 7, 8. And I think we have added them all back on. Let's see if that gives us the stream. It does look like it is back up and operational. Garmo's still looking for that heel hook, and it looks like he's about to advance with 11 seconds left on that. And it says here, it's back up. Thank you for that, Hawkins. And it says J-Rod's about to be up too. Thank you for that, Christian. Christian, you are doing some excellent work here. I would say better than me, but I'm on camera. And I'm pretty. Let's not forget that, guys. This is the franchise here at the Grappling Hour. I do find it very hilarious that for whatever reason, this is a very zoomed in product on my face. We can stand to zoom it out ever so slightly. All right, Sean Yanamarco is up 3-0 on mat number 3. Sean Yanamarco up 3-0, mat number 3. And it does look like Rocha is back in action in the round of 64. And that is happening over on mat number 4. Achilles Rocha, mat number 4. So just in case you guys were wondering, it does look like there is a slight pause there. I hope that you guys are hearing this all perfectly and nicely, but you guys are joining us on a very, very proactive day here at the show. Smother choke, and it is done. Wow, mat number 6. That was very fast. Almost, one might say, too fast here. Yeah, Hunter Colvin about to go up on mat number 6 right now. Thank you for that to our sideline correspondent. We have some friends, and one of whom is Anthony Horta. So it's been very nice to get some information from our good friend Anthony Horta, who is reporting nice and live. And John Cloud says, your audio sounds good. Well, John, you've been to Newground, so you know that commandeering one of the changing rooms, you do wonder what it's going to sound like. And like, I hear the bros in the other room starting to change. So really not too much to there. It says J-Rod was in a hurry, as he should be, bro. He's got to get back to fixing up his car. If we're ever looking for like a Pimp My Ride new host, I think J-Rod should probably be at the top of that list. I have a question for you guys. Is there another Couch? Is there like does Jacob Couch have a brother? Because I saw that. Homie of the show, Benji Silva, is on mat number 6, I believe, here. And it says, what did J-Rod get? It did look like J-Rod got, I think it was an arm triangle? A smother choke, my apologies. So a smother choke there. And it says, there's no reflection or rafflection. I'm going to say rafflection. If you want to say reflection, that's fine too. In high school, they did refer to me as ref, I think at one point, because I one time wore an Adidas jacket that looked conspicuously like a referee's outfit. So it was something I had to live with. Benji Silva and Mike DeWitt. Wow. Okay, those are 2 friends of the show, actually. Didn't know that was both of them there. So that is happening on mat number 6. Mat number 6, just to give you guys the heads up on that. And still, Achilles Rocha, they are now at the scoring portion of their match, but no scores to report just yet. A 20-second smother is insane. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, it means you literally just locked up the smother within a half second because it takes a few to get there. And speaking of a few to get there, Hunter Colvin looks like he is about to advance here. Ah, man, he had a choke. It does look like from that particular standpoint. I'm going to try and figure this back out. Hunter Colvin, I got to figure out where you are. So whenever I have to piece this together, it does look like, oh, I might be behind. But yeah, it looks like Hunter Colvin in. He does get a rear naked choke. So that does explain the slight delay on that. And it says, Egghead Warrior, time was never meant to be real, but if you can believe it. So I am seeing some posts this way. I'll respond to these in turn. My apologies if we have a slight delay here, you guys. But you guys are being quite awesome, and I do appreciate that. We're gonna... Oh, nope, that did not help me right there. Let's see if we can pull this back on over this way. All right. A lot of you guys are showing up right now, and it is very appreciated with your patience and your help throughout these different matches. We are doing our best to bring you live coverage of all the action for today's ADCC West Coast Trials. It's very funny because I tried to move this so that I could preview it in a different screen, and it did take it slightly away from me. So we're going to have to use some evasive maneuvers to get that screen back. Technology is the best and yet the worst at the exact same time. There we go. We're back up. All right, you guys. Silva, DeWitt. Looks like, from my vantage, DeWitt is trying to work on a leg lock here. And I see Couch and Alex Hudick. They return to action by standing up right now. So that's Cameron Couch. So it's not Jacob Couch, to my knowledge. At least somebody who's related to him. Steven Martinez back on mat number 2. Mat number 2 with Steven Martinez. And those are the majority of notables to be happening at this current moment. Ooh, there's a nice little back take attempt here on mat number 8. I think, trying to figure out who exactly that was from. It looks like it was from Zachary. Zachary had a really good bounce here. Achilles is working on a Kimura here. And Gibbs, his opponent, trying to hide the arm. But yeah, for a split second, looked like he had a straight arm lock for a half minute. Does lose it in transition. Seeing a lot of action still happening and taking place right now. Ooh, referee has to stop the gentleman, even though he made a very clear stop motion. Very, very interesting work happening over that way. All right, you guys, tell me what your favorite match has been thus far in. We're doing our best to bring you all these matches, but I mean, there have been some big highlights already from some of the notables within the community. And not, again, a ton of surprises, but enough where we're just kind of sitting here and thinking, man, this is some really impressive action from our big stars. And that's kind of what you look for on a day like this. So let's go ahead and take a moment to go ahead and acknowledge. If you guys also want to keep up, you can also go to our Discord. We'll probably put that in the chat here. Oh, well, that's very, very cool. Didn't know I'd be getting these. Yes, I will take those there. That is from the Wandering Grappler. How's the burrito, sir?
Fantastic.
Oh, beautiful.
But now there's a bunch of screaming children. So I got to have
Bro, so two things are happening right now. One was I start talking in the microphone. I could hear the guys changing in the room. And I'm like, how's our audio, everybody? And everybody's like, yeah, the audio sounds good. I was like, okay, now we're going to see how it works under duress with these children yelling out. But I have to say, for like having an accommodation at the last minute, that door is way more soundproof than I thought it was going to be. About somewhere around 8 p.m. last night, there was just me staring at the door like, you're my only hope. Yeah. And then thinking like, maybe if I put the curtain, like the curtain's going to give me that little extra oomph that I need. At one point, I think Kelly told me, she's like, yo, you have these curtains, they're like soundproof. And I was like, babe, don't ever speak production speak again. Like, never to my face.
I mean, they have those really thick ones.
They do.
But those like curtains for like a theater. Like theater would be that thickness. That wouldn't matter.
Oh my God. Sloan on mat number 4, just in case you guys are wondering. Mat number 4, Sloan looking pretty good thus far in. He may be, yeah, I think that's going to be a wrap here. He's got that caveman grip right there, so that may not be enough for the gentleman underneath to survive, and he does not. He dies. All right, so there is that. David Alvarez on mat number 7 with the returning William Tackett. So mat number 7, Alvarez and Tackett, that is coming up next. Just so you know, I think that's what happens is we recognize that we're going to be on a delay. Swear to God. Where did that happen? Matt, it told me mat number 7. It could entirely be that I put them in the wrong order, but I specifically try to put them 5, 6, 7, 8. And yet somehow that top left is mat number 7. And ooh, Tackett looking very feisty right now. Tackett looked like he was about to start an actual MMA fight. And that duck under has speed to it. Doesn't quite land, but Alvarez, no respect for the young man thus far in. Oof.
Oh, that was nice.
And he does look like he is in. And it looks like Alvarez is trying to use some rubber guard here. Tackett not falling for it. May have already secured the pass, yet no points yet. It's only at the 5:16 mark. But if you know Tackett, he can make very quick work in some of these rounds. So making sure that you're keeping eyes on him as we go through. And there's a mounted triangle. That is on mat number 1 with the LXB gentleman. Let's find out which one he is. Team and Rise. Oh, no, I believe that must work because I believe that's about to go off to another match very soon. So I think he does get the tap. Congratulations to that young gentleman who is wondering if he got the tap and was just staying in that mount. This is the mounted triangle. He's like, am I done? Did we do it?
I think the referee probably should have done something.
I mean, the referee...
It's in the same rule. You don't stop the referee touching you, right?
That's true.
Stop. You keep choking the man.
I think that's what you just do, like actually like rape choke that. Yeah, I think that's the way to go at that point. Kevin Burbick coming in on mat number 6. I'm trying to see what else is happening here. You might get Micah Brakefield. Mika Brakefield or Micah. Let's call him Micah.
This guy.
Mat number 3. Yeah, that's on mat 8, I think.
Yeah, maybe he'll get out.
That's how you know I have to.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna get cauliflower for sure.
Oh. Do you know there are some of those moves that you can hear your ear getting worse?
Yeah.
Like you could hear, like there are some people when they put like their forehead into my ear and I just go like, oh, that's for sure cauliflower right now. Okay, let's see if I got a note here and it said, ooh, I like this, Christian. That's a very good observation. You said, in my mind, Andrew Tackett is the favorite for 77 kg after his performance against PJ. I mean, Tackett has won this before, so it is a very, very good precursor. I always tell people this. Winning this, like people like John Combs or Tackett or Jonathan Satava, maybe they're not top of mind, or maybe you have a slight moment where you forget how good they are. This is a very, very good part to have on your resume because it just shows the resilience you have to have for an entire day, now 2 days, to be this good. So never count them out. And speaking of which, Tackett on a body triangle here. That does look like he does get the tap. So congratulations. William Tackett advances yet again. We're now over on mat number dose. This is Steven Martinez. And it's not often that Steven Martinez gets out-angled. But this dude is probably just as yoked, if not more, than Steven Martinez.
Yeah, he's been a Terminator for the last...
Woo! Good foot sweep there. Yeah, he is definitely a Terminator. You are 100% right on that, sir.
He just keeps coming at you.
He comes at you, but then you think like, oh, maybe he's getting older. He'll be obsolete. Nope, still good.
No.
Still?
He looks the same since the first time I met him. Maybe, of course, he's older now, but body-wise, looks almost identical.
For a split second, it looked like Burbick was going to get a heel hook there. And now his opponent's trying to re-attack him, and he's just not even phased. Like, he's slowly sauntering out of it. But thank you for that, Christian Hickman. So that's on mat number 2, Martinez and Cantwell.
Oh, Martinez got taken.
Ooh, Cantwell does get the takedown, so he gets a nice little return for that foot sweep that Martinez got a little bit earlier. So that's going to be one to watch. Mat number 2, in case you guys were wondering. And I'm looking over here. Ryan Aiken is going to be back up versus Travis Thomas. And I believe Travis Thomas and him should be an interesting match. Both 10th planet. That's when you know things start getting a little dicey here, friends.
It's going to be a lot of that kind of...
Yeah, 10P versus 10P crime. Right now, it does look like Crump is putting it on Davies, and Davies has, I believe, a negative point there. There is a leg lock attacked. He's going to lose it, but for a split second, he had it there, so that was by Navliot. Very interesting, you guys. If you needed to take a break, I would say right now you could take a very short break, but be ready to be back here very soon. But if you are staying with us, I would say Aiken and Thomas on mat number 5 is going to be the one to watch. So keep eyes on that, por favor. And see, you've got what I'm saying here. Keelan said exactly what I said, which is eyes on that Travis versus Ryan match. Absolutely. That's going to be a big one. And I mean, Ryan's tough, man. That he's also got to be somebody who has eyes on him today. Somebody going for a twister right now? Ooh. Look at that. Oh, and I think for a split second he was looking at the ref like, can I do this?
Can you not twister?
There's a weird thing where I thought at one point you couldn't spine lock, but I think it's all rules are out the window. You can pretty much do whatever you want. Oh, very sweet. Shout out to you, Eric Jackman. Haven't seen you back. And it says... Okay, see, these are the DMs I want to see from friends of the show. I mean, I can't put it on air, but like, why? Why would you do that? Oh my God. Ryan should win is the note from Conscious Keelan. And a little bit of a smother attack here from the back with that triangle. That's the worst, man. You may not get submitted from it, but it just feels like the most embarrassing. When somebody's covering your mouth and they have a body triangle on you, there's very little you can do. And it should note here, it says Ryan does have a win against Couch at one of the opens. Yeah, like I said, Ryan, you know, these are anybody's games, but Ryan is a very, very solid competitor who has won combat jiu-jitsu twice.
Aikens?
Yeah. Was it once or twice?
Was it combat or was it UBI? It was because it was.
Is he a split up? He's won stuff. Let's just go that way.
He's won both of them.
He has won one. Okay, so then
The both he's been in, he's won.
got it. Okay, so then maybe it was 1-1.
Sure, one of them was combat. And you know what? They were both combat.
I thought they were both combat.
Yeah, these guys blur together after a while.
Bro, you're the one that works, not me.
Manny probably knows them better than I would, but even Manny forgets who these people are.
That's fair. Drew Palamo on mat number 3. Martinez and Cantwell still scoreless, amazingly. Despite the fact that you did see some takedowns, but they were win points were not there. I believe Evan Levy, is that the one who's related to Amanda?
Gordon Levy?
I don't know. That's a good question. Chris Wojcik on mat number 1. Let's see our buddy Chris Wojcik go to work. Mat number 1. Quinton Rosenzweig is going to be on mat number 8 versus Sam Kilmer. That should be a good match as well. And I see right here it says 2 CJJ, and he won the main character tourney. Thank you for that. So I was correct. 2 CJJs. And the main character tourney, yes, we just interviewed him for that, so you can catch that on Grappling Hour here.
I don't even think he hit that much. I don't think he was much of a striker.
No, and that's part of the...
He was pure like, let me maybe throw it in every now and again, but he was mostly going for just straight jiu-jitsu.
And didn't he have a match with Kyle Chambers, and they kind of like just were... They had a bro...
It was a bro, like, we're not going to hit each other.
Bro, come on. By the way, do you look at what Kyle Chambers eats? Like, do you ever look at his Instagram?
No.
That man, it concerns me.
In what sense? Like, what is he eating?
So I want to say he weighed in, let's say for a CJJ or something recently, or like a open. What he does is he then gets like street tacos after the weigh-ins, and you go, okay, cool, we're good.
That makes sense.
And then an hour and a half later, I saw him with chicken and waffles.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. And he goes, okay. And I think he went back to another street vendor. And it insanely, well, you did get your Ryan Aiken win very quickly. So that happened on mat number, looked like, was that 5? That's done. Christian Oliveira on mat number 4. Yep, mat number 4. Chris Wojcik on mat number 1. And it says, I heard Chambers is making 77 for this. He is going to be huge. So he's been cutting weight. And last night I saw him with nothing but like barbecue and rice. And just like, I'm so impressed by his ability to do. I had to send him a note. I had to be like, bro, I can't watch what you eat after you weigh in. It's too concerning. Chris Oliva almost got, did he get that heel hook? I think he did because I think he let it go.
Yeah.
He's flexing. Yeah. If you do this,
flex to reset. Like we're resetting flex time. How much time is it between weighing in and competing?
So they have to weigh in the night before, and the night.
That makes sense. He's doing a different technique.
So what?
You eat a bunch of food, then you crap it out. That way you don't have to worry about it before the competition.
Well, his thing is, he's like, well, I don't eat day of competition.
Yeah.
And
I'm trying to get all that before.
I'm like, sounds good, bro. I was like, but I still don't eat during competition, and it's still in my body, and it makes me sluggish if I don't know how to do it.
Are you comparing yourself to Kyle Chambers?
First of all, I'm just telling you my journey, so thank you. But second of all, I sent him a note. Like, it's not like I didn't say this to his face. And it says, hey, what big names have won and lost so far? I mean, honestly, all the big names that you would think of have won. So I don't know that there's been any crazy upset. Somebody asked about Jason Rao a little bit earlier. And right now I'm at number 1. We are seeing our friend, our good pal, Chris Wojcik on mat number 1, who, yeah, let's see if we can pull that up. Oh, God. Aiken just ripped the other guy's knee apart. Yikes. I saw that.
They're still in that first takedown wins.
Hunter Colvin on to day number 2. Yes, Hunter Colvin looked very, very solid. Last I saw of him, he got a really, really impressive rear naked choke. But Hunter Colvin, a dog, bro. Never forget that.
They already finished one of the divisions?
So they go to round for men's, most men's. I think it's round to 32. So once they get down to 32 athletes, they move on to the next one. But keep in mind, there's 8 divisions.
Yeah.
So that's what we got to do. And it said Rocha had a nasty break too. Yeah. Are you watching multiple fights on different screens or focusing on one at a time? So I have 8 screens going on. I am essentially clockwork oranging myself. So David Garvo looks like he is going to advance as well. Good on him. Garmo's another friend of the show. Got love for that guy. He was recently on an installment of Running the Gauntlet, a new little spinoff that we do on Mondays, this coming month on Tuesdays. But on Mondays, we get people to play a board. There's 6 topics, and they all give their opinions on them, and we teach them how to be better at giving 1-minute sound bites, because most people in jiu-jitsu not very good at it. How is 10th Planet doing? Well, I mean, not bad. It's kind of hard to just say how is 10th Planet the entity doing, considering we just saw like a Ryan Aiken. And speaking of which, J-Rod advancing again right now in his Kurt Cobain hair era right now, and good on him. Yet another movie Keelan hasn't seen. Get out. Come on. How did Tim Welch do? I believe he's in there. Don't know. J-Rod with another smother. I know, dude. That's impressive. Good God. How is he on that kind of a thing? And it says, goddamn, J-Rod. Yeah, absolutely. John Cloud. Absolutely. Quentin Rosenzweig is ahead 3. No, I'm sorry. He's behind 0-3. And I think Cartwell is going to advance over Steven Martinez.
Oh, you got the points.
Wow. And he does a little somersault to kind of mark the occasion. So good on him. Congratulations. Ooh, Wojcik may be on a heel hook right now on mat number 1. Does lose the grip. It's 1:45 left to go. Wojcik still right there. And it says, do we know why Cole Abate and Mikey Musumeci are there?
Mikey can be wherever the fuck he wants, whenever he wants, because he's Mikey.
I think Mikey just drops in at random places.
He's like our celebrity now.
He's a celebrity.
He's a fantastic,
he's essentially
sponsor of the sport.
Absolutely.
He makes it all look good for everybody.
Oh, aren't there? Why aren't they there?
Oh.
I wonder if I think Cole might just get the invite, man. Like, as much as we don't see Cole active per se on the no-gi scene, it is hard to dispute how good he is. Chris Wojcik is ahead 2-0 with 1 minute and 4 seconds left to go. So hoping good things continue for him. And it says, I mean, why are they not competing? Do they think they'll just get an invite? They should. I'm 100%.
Automatically get an invite.
I mean, so we should point this out. I think Mo has said that Mikey has been invited to ADCC multiple times and has just chosen not to for whatever reason. I think he would do just fine.
He probably honestly win the division. Who has ever given him a hard time?
Well, I mean, it's hard to gauge right now because he's in his peak, obviously.
Obviously in his peak.
But you also have to consider the fact that he's in his peak against, all due respect, some tomato cans in 1FC. Like, they get him the most random people. They're like, this is a dude who was a janitor this week. Now he's going to lose his leg to Mikey Musumeci.
Yeah, but he's doing it on such a big scale. Like, on such a big crowd.
But Cole lost his first match at last ADCC. Absolutely. But I mean, can you come up with people that you think are going to beat Cole Abate? I mean, losing at ADCC is not a disqualifier. It's where you lose. You're expected to lose. Ooh, mat number 2. It looks like Robinson gets this like really aggressive footlock. Chris Wojcik does advance 5-0. Congratulations in order to him. Sean Yanamarco back on mat number 3. Mat number 3 for Sean Yanamarco. Matt Cox on mat number 5. He is ahead 4-0 on points. So shout out him as well. He will be, I think, on the next installment of Subversive. So Subversive coming place to us from Orange County very, very soon, out on April 13th. Hope you guys are going to be there. But that's mat number 5. Mat number 5 with Matt Cox. And he has pretty much secured that side control very well. So I think he's in a good standing right now. Homeboy in mat number 1. He looks like he wants to kill right now. And that's Yippee Tomlio-san. It's not a real way to say his name. That's just the way I said it. There's people who met farther than them who are still competing. Yeah, but again, I think what you do is if you're a name and you have recognizability and you've got a good relationship with Mo, don't forget, you cannot get past the politicking of getting an invite. There may be things that we just don't know. And there's a big possibility that Mikey doesn't even do it. If he hasn't been interested in doing it, maybe it's not a priority to him because it's just he's making money elsewhere and he's in a good spirit.
Yeah. He's probably making more than most jiu-jitsu people are.
But so, Cole Abate, I think, his body of work speaks for itself, where you don't even have to worry about it. The offer is always there from Mikey, but he's always said no. That's what I thought. Gabe Souza choked him out.
All right. Oh,
sounds great. Hey, great show. Are these on flowgrappling.com? They are, unfortunately. So sorry. Mikey is small for 66, and Gabe Souza subbed him at who's number 1.
Damn.
Yep. You guys are bringing up the one match.
What did he get caught with?
It was a while back. I think they were saying, wasn't it? Hold on. We're trying to remember if that was before he was like a leg lock master. And it says, are you calling Darth Pasta the Jake Paul of grappling? Who called him that? Get out of here, bro. Kardashians are very different. It just means he just shows up and he's just like, hey, photo. Shout out to Joe Liao on mat number 3. Thank you for that. The Sambo guys are hoping for Neo to arise and finally catch Mikey. And it says, by the way, did you ever look up ecological BJJ? Okay. Manny, do me a solid. Give me one succinct sentence on what ecological jiu-jitsu is. When you asked me this, I was just like, I don't know, sounds interesting. But what I recognized is I didn't actually just ask you what it means. Because I see people put up memes, but never actually define it. And so what happens is when something becomes trendy, they just go like, let's just say it and never say what it is. So tell me what it is, and I will tell you my thoughts on it. But all I have seen from that point on, from what we've talked about, are people just talking about it. All right, mat number 1, Victor Izar and Scott Sander. Mike DeWitt is on mat number 2. Sean Yanamarco still on mat number 3. And that was what you were talking about with the Joe Liao. So that was the shout out that we got a little bit earlier. And it says it's definitely Shatari not letting him do ADCC because he doesn't want to start a lose. And it was a north-south choke. Thank you for that, Christian. Yeah, it was a minute ago. But, I mean, Shatari still let, like, Gary Toning compete. And I argue at the time, Gary was just as valuable because you had him doing grappling and MMA. With Mikey, there's a undeniableness to his marketability as a star. But I think they don't care. I think they're perfectly fine.
Yeah.
You guys have to remember, you're talking like the top tier of top tier getting one loss and trying to act like this is why for combat sports, they're like, oh my God, this dude lost one fight. He's a bum. Get him out of here. Get that boxing mentality. It's like, nah, I don't think so, bro. Gabe smashed him, and I think Pato would give Mikey a run for that. Would be a very good match. I would like that for his money with the leg locks. Yeah, I mean, listen, dude, there's a lot of compelling things to see here. It's just a matter of what these guys want to do in their careers at a certain point. I would tell you this. If I was good at one thing in this, you would not see me in every single rule set. Like if I was really good at IBJJF and people are like, you going to do ADCC? I'm like, what now? No. Yeah. No, I'm going to stay in this safe lane. Like,
it'd probably be better for Mikey to make the ONE FC championship like really worth it, and then these guys can go challenge him at ONE FC and then become the new Mikey in that stage.
I mean, why ruin your money, bro? I think it's about time for Submission Grappling to get on TV for ESPN for free. It's too new of a sport to be locked behind a paywall like Flow or UFC Fight Pass. They should put the best of videos. So here's the issue with that, Mac. One, that's not how TV works. Two, nobody's just going to give away their product for free because then you have to basically offset it with sponsorships. And if there's one thing that we've learned in doing the sport long enough, sponsorships don't pay much. So just saying. Two, if you're looking at a TV product, a free integration is not bad, but you want to do that for prelims. You can kind of see Flow doing it with a Who's Number One element. It's still not, while very professional, it's still not like a thing that gets regular civilians to want to watch it. One thing that has been interesting that I do have to give some credit to, and it's not even my jam all the time, Combat Jiu-Jitsu, when they do give away those free comp tickets in Mexico, that audience does sound very lit. And I don't know how it is for you when you're there, but like on camera, it comes across as a very lively audience.
Yeah, usually I think one of the main reasons they like to go down to Mexico is at least the crowd there is very excited for any live event with sports. Like they get really into it.
Yo, Gomez just advanced after like 2 seconds, so congrats to him. Other additional things, as somebody who works in TV, just a couple things for considerations. If you are doing it, they want it behind the paywall. All of these different apps are looking for ways to sweeten the pot. Now, if you're looking for something to watch, the PGF is coming very soon to UFC Fight Pass. Now, our good friends there have gotten over $100K that's going to be given to a team of 5, and then there's going to be an 8-man tournament for the best 8 individuals of the 20 members on the participation side. What that means is somebody could win as much to $40K in 1 week. And that's a pretty good pot. And I think that going on Fight Pass for the finals is very good. But the rest of it is going to be put for free on Brandon McCatherine's YouTube channel. So you get those two things going back and forth, and you're getting what you hope will be accomplished. And I think there's a good solid guillotine attempt. But on mat number 1, it does look like, I think that was Murdoch that just lost it. Yes, I would be correct on that because Christopher Hahn is working on the pass. Mike DeWitt back on mat number 2 in case we weren't aware. And that's what we have here. So those are just some considerations if you're looking to get it on some kind of paywall. I would tell you this. My thought process is I think somebody needs to get Grappling on a Roku. Like there's a Roku channel. And I think channels like that, they call them fast channels. And those are advertising supported, free, fast, and available to all channels. I think that's the way to go. I think if you could get something like that on there, and believe me, give me time. I want to make that happen, but we'll see. And it says for new fans to get them excited. Yep, exactly. And it says, well, it's annoying that a guy who is look at it like best is going against bums that boxing shit too. Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, listen, dude, I definitely want to see Mikey be challenged, but you know, sometimes Matt, that was really good. Was that, let me see. It looks like that was Major that got that foot sweep. Good on him. I would tell you this. Paul Schaefer from David Letterman? Like Paul Schaefer in the world's most dangerous band? Damn. No, a very different Paul Schaefer is going to be on mat number 2 against Jacob Semsem. What? I think at this stage, everybody's just trying to pull fast ones on me. Like, what's his name? Sem? Are you sure? Did you just type the name twice? But yeah, I mean, listen, dude, let him make his money. He was featured on a season of The Apprentice that I watch a lot of content and did not watch that. Wish them the best. But yes, there is an Apprentice version of ONE FC, and I don't know exactly why they did that. There's a good choke happening. He's close. He's a little off on the side. Could be achievable. Oh. And I think that is Rivas, who is working on that rear naked choke, and he does get it. Congratulations to him on beating Ferguson, and excellent work there. Man, that was really good. All right, back to your questions. It gets wild. Yanamarco is going to overtime. He did. And he is ahead, though, 5-2 against Joe. So there is that at CJJ. Greg Saunders' model of teaching step-by-step techniques. He argues that you should teach the foundational, functional tasks of positions and techniques, not prescribe specific movements. Yeah, I'm into that. Sometimes when I start class that I teach, I will actually have them roll first so that I can see what's wrong with them. Like I invert the class structure. So once they start rolling, I make observations, but it's to get them loose. Once I do that, we then go through drills. We do certain kind of drills where it's to get them to get used to it. And then I start taking away things from them where I say, oh, you have to do this or this. You have to do this or this. And I like to do a Q&A, which, by the way, Joseph Chen recently put up a video where he said he likes to do Q&A in between lesson plans to give them sorts of information. So it's a little bit of step-by-step, but I'm bigger on concept so that you can chain it together yourself because my body isn't the same as your body. So if something works better for you, take it. But if you don't understand the concept, good luck. So maybe we're on the same page there. I still don't want to presume that I know exactly all about it, but thank you for that definition. It sounds like something that's really cool. I'm also pissed at Flo blocking Stuart Cooper from making ADCC highlight videos. They were the best.
They were the best.
Yeah, I mean, Stuart Cooper is responsible for a big portion of the sport getting bigger. I mean, listen, dude, how can I say this? As somebody who has faced some blockage for whatever reason from just doing the interviews, they're very territorial on what the issues or rights are. And here's the weird part. It's not always who you think it is. So it's not always like a clear-cut thing, like somebody from Flow saying, here's the demand. It's like sometimes there's just stuff that happens behind the scenes where one person ruins it for everybody and they're not representative of everybody. So what I would tell you is this. I think Stuart Cooper, to my knowledge, and we've spoken off air about some stuff, I think it's unfair. But I thought for a while he was going to get a pass to make some videos back. So I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think it's foolish not to utilize him. He knows how to make good 15-minute sizzle reels that just get you hype. And the long form shit he did, forget it. He's, one of the best. And it says, Mikey and the Rotolo brothers are just taking the easy money fights on one. Now, here's the nice part about the Rotolos, though. The Rotolos, when they say they're going to fight, I believe them. When Mikey says he's going to fight, I don't know, but you don't have to. But if he did, dope. I mean, I think he just wants to challenge himself as a martial artist. I am fairly convinced you will see the Rotolos fighting in a cage. So I think them being with ONE FC is not a bad plan. That's a little bit different. And it says Stuart Cooper will be at the PJF making a film. You didn't tell me that.
Damn, they got the best of the best.
Well, they also have me doing the pre-show. Okay, just want to point that out. Definitely like that method rolling first. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, there's a couple of guys that I have for whatever reason at the end of class, and maybe just because we're not a traditional MMA or jiu-jitsu gym, actually, it's more of an MMA kickboxing gym, they don't want to roll. Like sometimes they would leave and not want to roll, and I'm like, that's the funnest part. So what I did in inverting the structure is I was like, haha, you have to roll. Take that. And I noticed that they actually enjoyed it. Ooh, Elias Anderson already in and putting good work in on mat number 1. Elias is a beast.
Yeah.
He let his hair grow out. So him and his brother must have some sort of agreement where one can only have the long hair and the other does not. Because Liam is short hair right now. And I think they said as much in an interview. But you're talking about like 2 Wonder Twin brothers. Those guys are also 2 spectacular martial artists. They have a father who is one of the first people to be in a UFC, and just having that ability to say that kind of stuff is very dope. Already done. 37 seconds in. Oh no.
It's hard to match his intensity. The Andersons have an intensity that they go into their matches with. It's like you gotta either match that or you don't.
Let me see here. I wouldn't mind seeing Demetrius Johnson at ADCC since he just did so well at Pans. They used to put more MMA fighters in. Well, that was just because I think they were padding it at a certain point. It's not bad. I think it's kind of cool. I think that's when we needed more MMA stars to get the notoriety. I think now we're starting to be to a point where the branding ADCC is the notoriety. Like, you're here because of ADCC. I don't know any one athlete, whatever Gordon says, but like the brand has become bigger over time. So I think that's good. I think though it would be kind of dope to have like a masters division for some kind of MMA stars, or at least do one-off super fights. Because yeah, give me somebody who Demetrius could go up against. They were pitching Mikey and Demetrius is kind of like, I'll do it, but you guys don't have anybody my age or anybody who's not going to try and rip my leg off. And I think they've trained together too. So, yeah, I'm not against that. Yadamarco going against Kilmer and J-Rod had Claiborne tomorrow. Should be fun. Yes. Or Claiborne. Is that how you say that? I want to call him Claiborne.
Claiborne sounds a lot cooler.
I like Claiborne better. And it says Stuart Cooper equals photo emoji and GOAT. What would you say your favorite interviews on Grappling Hour that made you laugh the most? Honestly, there's different things. I don't know that anybody tells like a good straight up joke.
They're not comedians.
They're not comedians. Well, he's asking who's the funniest. I mean, Craig was enjoyable. Gary's always a good time. I would probably tell you that the funniest people are just people who are authentically themselves. And to me, it just comes across as funny. Let me give you for examples on that. Recently, I had a pretty good interview with just this cat who's going to be on Subversive. His name's Mark Elliott. And he was just him. Big nerd, very funny. Like, didn't hit it out of the blue where it was like he wasn't overloading you with the punchlines, but his nerd demeanor to all my questions was very, very funny. I'm trying to think of somebody who really made me laugh. I find that there are some times where me and the guest get in a good conversation and start laughing a lot. Ian Butler was like that last year. He was one of our top 10 interviews. And then, dude, I'm telling you, this running the gauntlet thing that we're doing, it's getting them a little bit looser because we give them 6 different topics and it's a mix of pop culture and jiu-jitsu. So when you ask Alex Enriquez something, she's not trying to be funny. She just is funny. And when I asked her, I said, who do you think, like, give me one prediction for ADCC. And she goes, shoot, that's hard. Me winning. Because it had a moment where she's like, and then she apologized. She's like, oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, I have to rep me. And it's like, no, that's the whole point. Talk your shit. Breaking news. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was breaking news. The Rutolos are more proven in no-gi than Mikey, to be honest. Yeah, sure. It's just, what I'm saying here is this. You obviously don't deny Mikey is talented. It's the degree to which talent he is, and perhaps maybe being slightly underwhelmed on the amount that he is challenging himself. So there is that. I'm taking DeAndre Cobre and 66, maybe Damian Anderson. Damian always looks good, man. Damian could be his time. He definitely comes close to that finish line a number of times, so we'll see how he plays that out. And it says, by the way, whatever happened to the Meow brothers? So I don't know if you saw, but one of the Meows was offered $1,000 to compete recently. Like, we're not talking 2014 money. He's talking like, yo, somebody hit me up currently and said, I got $1,000 for you to show. And he goes, can it be more? And he was trying not to throw them under a bus. God bless him. But for a split second, I thought I saw that knee go a different way. But yeah, he was trying to be nice about it. But he did want to put it up as a means of saying, like, hey, guys, could we maybe pay me a little bit more than that? I will say it is fascinating to see. I would be so curious to know who gets a new tattoo when they're going to go without the shirt, just so that they could show it off. They were like, hey, did you guys see? I put my name on my back.
They should do that thing in like the Russian MMA where they put they paint the sponsorships on their back.
Yes, absolutely. My favorite guest of yours will always be Gary Tonin. You have a special relationship like Ali and Cosell. Well, listen, that's very nice of you to say. I mean, I could maybe fit a little bit of the shoes of Cosell on a good day, but Tonin as Ali, I know what you're doing, and I know you're being nice to him. Just thinking about him and Ali in the same sentence. Even me and Cosell, but I mean him and Ali. Oof. No, Gary is a longtime friend of the show, and as silly of a goose as he can be, he has always been incredibly good to us here on the show. So we very much enjoy interviewing with that goofball. And as much fun as we have rooting against him, it's always fun to actually get to catch up with him. And we just did a recent interview, and I very much enjoyed shooting the shit with him. It was very funny because the beginning of the interview, I think you saw this clip. You were probably, I think, commenting on it earlier. But the beginning of the clip, he was giving me shit about Gordon. And he's like, hey, Roth, you used to give me so much shit for, yelling at Gordon, even though I knew what he sounded like and you guys didn't. And I go, that's great. And I even made a comparison where I was like, why are you giving yourself credit like you assassinated a baby Hitler? Like, you didn't do shit. This is probably more your responsibility than any of it. You probably turned him this way. So we had a nice little back and forth. In your opinion, is Philippe washed? So that's a good question. I don't know that he's washed as much as maybe he doesn't have the motivation. Like when I interviewed him, I want to say back in 2019 or so, he was really at a good peak. When him and Gordon were competing against each other and doing those no time limit matches. Here's a fun fact. Doing a no time limit match when you're in your late 20s, much different than doing it in your mid 30s. So yeah, dude, when those kids were younger, they could do those no time limit matches. I think you get Philippe now, you give him a time match. It's not that bad. Him versus, I believe it's Lovato just got signed. And I think that's a good match. I could see that being a lot of fun for people. But maybe for the top tier competition, very possibly. Not at that level as much anymore. I just don't love the phrase washed. Like if Philippe's washed now, what the hell am I? Yo, this is some fashion that I've never seen before, or at least not to this degree, and we need to bring it up, which is this. This dude is no rash guard, but also headgear. Who is this dude? Is that mat number 3? Let's find out very, very shortly. Just so you guys are aware of what I'm talking about here, I'm going to send this on over. I mean, oh, I thought he took it off. Nope, he's keeping those ears. I guess the question is, why the headgear for ADCC trials? Like, at practice, I can see it.
Are those boxing shorts?
That's a great question. There's always one rando.
What is it?
Huh. Okay. Gary is the Ali of EBI, although I think he has the most wins, I think. Okay, sure.
Well, he made the original shows.
I mean, he made it.
Really exciting. He really made those shows.
Listen, bro.
Legitimacy.
You don't become the world's most exciting grappler in no-gi by accident. He was definitely a lot of fun to do that with. But for other reasons that I'm trying to not be a dick about. The Cosell and Ali is it's a very sweet metaphor. So thank you for that. Any comedian will immediately defer a compliment like that. It's like, I don't know, bro. But again, I know what you're saying. Look at this, guys. So I'm going to put this photo here. Look at this peak fashion that's happening. So I think you're right. I think he rolled up the shorts. Or if it's just the weirdest trim in the entire world.
You rolled up his shorts?
Like, no. It looks like it's rolled up, but I think you might be right. It's like boxing shorts with like an under trim to the. It's very.
It looks like they just went to like a local sporting goods store and just grabbed a bunch of stuff that they think they would need for jiu-jitsu and just walked into this tournament.
That's amazing, dude. I've never seen anything like it. It's the bright yellow headgear that makes it the most comical. Well, it's also the fact that nothing's happening on that mat. And he's just standing there.
I can see them wrestling here right now.
Oh, yeah. So
that one's really
Jesus Christ. None of these are on the right stream time. And maybe it's just because you have to open up 2 windows, but that still shouldn't mean the lag time is that off.
Yeah, it's pretty off.
I think it's more Flo's issue than ours.
This is getting leg kicked like crazy.
Got a note.
He stopped it because he was leg kicking.
Has Damien competed? If so, how to end? I don't believe I've seen him compete yet. He might still be on a bye, and I don't know that we've started his division yet. So it says, "Dear Lord, please let them be basketball shorts." It looks like he's about to get to work finally over this way. I don't know, man.
It might be basketball shorts. They're not
you know what?
Regular shorts.
They are for sure not regular.
Issued shorts.
Oh God! Oh!
What a great way to start that match.
What a great attack to start off. Just flying chimpanzee.
Yeah, because I guess if you look at a guy like that, he goes, he doesn't know what jiu-jitsu is. They're just flying armbar. Maybe get a cool submission.
I'm trying to see right now. It does look like no offense to the people going right now. It does look like it is a relatively slower time. So these are friends and family members that are probably out for who is on these mats currently. But we are doing our best to keep you guys abreast. My name is Rafa Sparza. You're watching the Grappling Hour. And if you haven't liked and subscribed us, that's a nice power bomb, by the way. That's Aspen and Dang that's happening. And I think that is on mat number 7. And they reset. They're like freaking rubber bands. They're just fine. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing. If you guys haven't liked and subscribed to us, I don't know what's wrong. Like, we are doing a long 2-day broadcast. It's very simple. Like, comment, subscribe at all times. Helps to bring the engagement up, and it helps to build this channel. We are so close to hitting 1,000 subscribers just on YouTube. And guess what? I know some of you show up here regularly who are not subscribers. Yeah, I'm going to stare at you until you go subscribe. Go do it. If you guys really want to be real ones, you can go on over to our Patreon. We do a little Patreon, and you guys can see our interviews that we do 30 days before anybody else. What you do, you go over to Patreon, pay $5 a month. You see at least 4 interviews, at least 4. This month we did 7. So we're over what we're supposed to be giving you. So we do that, and we do our best to bring you guys cool stuff. And for our premium users, we do tape studies with matches with the athletes themselves. And we have a segment where people roast my competition footage because I think it's pretty funny. So you guys can check out all that at Grappling Hour on the Patreon. So that's patreon.com/Grappling Hour. It says right here, give Octavio a mic. I mean, I would.
No.
So how do I put this? Octavio's very picky about his stuff. Like, he doesn't mind commenting, and it's very good banter to do this.
I'm just here to help you.
He's very helpful to me, but like, he has zero want to be on camera. He has zero want to have like a microphone. Like, he just figures, well, you can hear me.
Yeah, you don't need to hear me.
Well, no, but you're figuring like this is as much as you're gonna get.
This is as much as anyone's gonna get.
Because the producer in me has made it so that I can put a camera on him, a microphone. I have plenty of microphones. This is clearly you don't want it. I've tried, and believe me, we've been doing this for a minute now, and this is just the way it has to be. And as much as I don't like it, because I'd rather do it. It is. It's 100% it is right. But like, I'm with you guys. He's fun to be around and fun to be on camera with. He's just more so like, don't want it, not interested, and I try to respect it. Though the producer in me kind of hates it. I will say it is reminiscent of when you watch like a morning show and they have a producer off air and they're like, hey, where'd you go this week? Oh, I went to one place over here.
Yeah.
I went over
Snoopy in the game.
And he says he's like the neighbor in Home Improvement. He really is. He is definitely the Wilson of this show.
That was just a fence. I could just carry around. I could just only see the top of my eyes everywhere I go.
I mean, listen, guys. Your notes are accepted and taken. It's not going to happen. And I've accepted it as much as I hate it. And you know, I have to say this. Homeboy in the banana headgear is still going, by the way.
Go, banana boy, go.
By the way, Raph, why are you not at the event? I miss you doing fun post-fight interviews. Oh, they don't want me. This is just a very clear, they're not interested.
You put too much resistance in their products.
I don't even know. Like,
You make it look too good. Or you do your job too well. And they're like, damn.
As much as I would love to take that compliment, I think legitimately what it comes down to is they don't want to share the content. They pay money for it. They just want their people to do their interviews. And
that's not how you grow a sport. That's how you grow a
I can legitimately show you an email where I said the exact same thing. But it's more me being like, hey, just so you know, when like the Super Bowl happens, it's not just the network that hosts the Super Bowl that's there. Other networks cover it too. Mm-hmm. Nothing. So it's not for lack of trying.
Yeah. You know those post interviews when you see all the different news?
Yeah. You see all the different logos there. Nope. They just flow. What we do to compensate that for now is we do this. And the nice part is this footage belongs to me. So it doesn't belong to anybody else, which is great. But I also have made it so that everybody who wins any one of these gets an offer to come on the show. And some choose not to. That's fine. Most come on the show because guess what? Nobody else goes up to them. There's like 10 podcasts and like maybe they go, but most people don't interview them afterwards. So it's incredibly sad that we don't have a press relations. And I think part of it is it's twofold. One, we're fairly new as a sport. So when you're fairly new as a sport, what ends up happening is you have certain things where you don't like the press. They get in your way. They're kind of an annoyance. So you'll see it with like the UFC when Dana now, he hates doing podcasts, but he goes on podcasts to tell you that he hates doing podcasts. What he really means is he hates appearing on podcasts that might push with a tough question. So instead he'll go on the Nelk Boys because he can control the narrative and because they're scared shitless of him. So if he asks a question, it's always like, hey Dana, why are you so great, man? Can I suck your dick? Like that's essentially what they're saying. So yeah, I mean, I don't think it's bad to have questions that keep people accountable. But maybe I'm not their jam, but it is not for lack of trying. Because I definitely did do that, and I was supposed to commentate at ADCC 2019. And they made a mistake. I have the emails. I have receipts. Just saying. Isaac Cordova, 10 Planet Fullerton at 66 kg. What's up, Colin White? How you doing, brother? Where is he? Did I miss him? You son of a bitch. You better tell me where he was. Just for the record, Eddie Bravo would never do that to you. He's super loyal. I mean, I've always been credentialed to any of the CJJ or EBIs or whatever. They definitely have taken care of me. It's very nice. That's great. And the sad part is they keep going to freaking Mexico. Yeah. And I love y'all, but nobody's paying for me to go to Mexico. So again, as you will notice though, there is a long history of when people do win, especially those events, they are contacted by me. So speaking of which, we just did an interview with Gabriel Austin Daffron, who just won the recent combat jiu-jitsu. That interview will be up later this week. And for Patreon people, for all you guys who want it for free, you'll see it in a month. So just saying. Oh, Isaac has a first round bye. See, why would you do that, Colin? You got me all excited. You made me think that I missed him. Dick. Thank you for that, though. It says communication channels are absolute zero. Even at the top of the industry, the left hand never knows what the right hand is doing. Sure. I mean, I think what's happening is you're seeing at the top of the food chain right now, like Bloody Elbow and some of these other folks. Like, dude, Mark Raimondi is a very good reporter who went from MMA fighting to ESPN. He recently put up a post that says, hey guys, MMA's been fun. I'm going to go be a reporter for the Falcons. Getting out of MMA entirely to go be a reporter for the Falcons because it's the NFL. Because guess what? You're going to get paid and you don't have to worry about the NFL going under. It's great. I'm not going to be mad at him for doing it, but it just goes to show you that even our best guys are going, you know what? I'm going to go somewhere else because this shit sucks. So the more and more you see of those people doing that, you would hope it brings more opportunities, but I get nervous about the future of coverage. That's why I have a Patreon. That's why if you support my Patreon, I can continue to independently produce my stuff and not have to really rely on other people. So just saying, it's not without reason I do it. How do you explain Howie Mandel after he left? After a compliment and 1 minute in. So I think that's a bit. I think Dana, he's not a good actor, first of all. And his main form of acting is just to be like, hey, you guys are fucking dumb. Fuck you guys. And then he gets out of there. So the bit was, in case you guys don't have the context, Dana White, there was a clip that went up where he goes on a show and Howie Mandel goes into this long introduction where he goes, man, you're so great. And just, you know, you've been at the top of the game. You've been killing it. And I just want to say, how does that feel? And Dana's like, I'm so fucking tired of doing fucking publicity. I'm out. Yeah, I'm out. I'm not having my guys have me do any more podcasts. And then he leaves. I think it's a bit. Because it's Howie Mandel, who's a comedian, more people know him as a host than a comedian, but he's a comedian. So it didn't really bother me. It's just like, all right, if it's a bit, fine. But yeah, I think it's part of the reason why you go on Favored Nation podcasts, so that people won't ask you hard questions. Finishing Daffron's BTS as we speak. Dope. Can't wait to see that. Chambers is in the 77 kg with the first round bye. Oh, Doreen, you know we know that. And ooh, that's a nice cartwheel on mat number 4. I think that was Sachs. No, that was actually Weiland. Doreen McCain, I gotta tell you this. We have to talk about Kyle Chambers' eating habits because I'm so nervous by it. That dude consumes so much food the night before, and he's told me about it, and I still don't believe him. God bless that he can do it. And I will say this time, because he did a weight cut, and I think he was mentioning he's been doing like a longer weight cut for this particular event to get to that weight. He's earned his food. But yes, we are waiting anxiously for him to come back on here. I wonder if Raimondi was getting pissed at people like Nina Drama getting all the access. I mean, to be honest, Nina Drama is kind of like a dream for the UFC. She gives them the kind of playful coverage that makes it seem like they have a sense of humor that they didn't have 10 years ago. It's kind of the fashion, the vogue of being kind of this weird mix between cringe and informative and making it seem like a lifestyle sort of a thing. I mean, compliments to her. It's not really my stuff that I enjoy, but she's very effective at getting people there, and she obviously has a very good relationship with Sean Strickland, and I think that's served her well. Oh, why are they allowing the off the mats?
Oh, is it a submission? Is that what happened?
Oh, they don't care. To be honest, the fact that it's taken this long to get off the mats like this in this particular juncture has been a major surprise to me. And the Daily Stack says, bro, the amount of tacos he can put away is astonishing. It blows my mind. Oh, what a nice armbar there. Wow, that was really good by Schnell. Or Snell, whatever. Yo, that was impressive. Good on him. Kyle Chambers is playing with fire eating like that. That's a poop on the mat waiting to happen like the Alex story. Oh, I hope not, bro. I don't want that. Oh, no, thank you. God, remember that. That's how long we've been here, guys. Let me take a quick look and see what I see in the future. Not really major names yet. And it says, I watch him close down a taco car in Monterey. So let me point this out to the family of Kyle Chambers. Doreen. Like, Kyle's the homie. I'm just equal parts impressed, shocked, and unnerved.
A little jealous.
I don't know that I'm not jealous.
There's a little bit of jealousy.
Because
you can't eat as much as he can.
No, I mean, I can eat everything that I want. The issue was what happens afterwards. And that's why I try to be responsible and not be an idiot. But the fact that he could just do it and be like, and then go out and win like a beast is like, yo, that's impressive, dude. Because I would be so nervous. The anxiety would be so high that I would shit on the mats, if you would.
He found a system that works for him.
He's found.
He's mastered the
I'm so glad that you say that like it's the Atkins system for him. He's like, he's found the Atkins system that works for him.
Scientifically proven.
You know, it just that's the sponsorship that's going to happen in 10 years. My name's Kyle Chambers, and you know what? I've eaten a lot, and you can too with this new product, Enzo, the food that goes in but doesn't have to come out. So there is that. Let me go here. This is all impressed and jealous from here. I mean, that makes sense. This off the mats nonsense feels like all the worst parts of Falls Count Anywhere matches. You're not wrong.
Those are exciting. You know, if people get bashed into the guardrail, go to a table or something.
But you know what though? Like, it's the purpose of that.
Yeah.
Like, it's a story that they're telling. These goons are just like, I really hope I win.
Yeah.
I really hope I'm the one person that gets this, because guess what? If I'm not, then I'm just the goon that went off the mats for 15th place.
Then what they should do is they should set up just empty tables off every single one of the mats. And if you do take someone off the mats, you have to slam them through the table.
So did we talk about this the last time? I think we had to have talked about this last time, right?
Through a table?
Yeah.
We probably bring it up every time.
But,
because they should be going through tables.
No. The reason why I say it is specifically at a competition in August, somebody tried putting me through a table.
You threw a table?
Me through a table.
Oh.
So when I was competing against this dude, he bum rushed me. The ref's like, yo, don't. And it was a jiu-jitsu world league. And this dude, she was like, hey, stop. And this dude did not stop. So I'm like, all right, fuck. So I tried sprawling. I tried getting out. And this dude jam-packed me through a table. And I kind of go through the table, and the table doesn't necessarily break. But, like, imagine all the monitors that have the scorecards. They just all fall.
Oh, wow.
So I walk away from it, and I'm like,
I am the table.
well, now I start thinking like this, where I'm like, ow, it kind of hurt. And I, like, hit my tailbone. Like, that's the dumbest part of this is I go, ow, you dick. And so they asked, they're like, are you okay to go? And I go, well, I didn't do that for nothing. Yeah, we're fine. Let's keep going. I win a very shitty decision. But then, a win's a win. I'm going to win. But the reason why I'm saying it's shitty is because I'm not super proud of it. I would have liked to have gotten him like in a submission and been like, yo, I got him back. Instead, I was like, no, I kind of like dragged out a decent win.
Yeah.
Afterwards, somebody comes up to me and they're like, how you feeling, man? I was like, my ass. Oh, God. Oh, God. So I had like an old person injury for like a week when I was training because it was just like your glute, your hip.
You definitely don't want to tell that to people.
No.
It's like, how are you doing? How was your weekend? Oh, my ass hurts from the jiu-jitsu competition. You really don't want to Start a conversation off that way.
But it was just so funny to get off the mat and be like, ow, my ass. So, yes, I agree with you, Jason Hawkins. It says, is Brandon McCaffrey one of the commentators? I love listening to him. So I don't think he's commentating today.
Is he not?
So I got a note from Jake Watson that said no commentary today, and I would assume that they're a package, but maybe it was just Watson. If so, I don't know that I saw a flow zone specifically for today, so I don't know.
Why would you not get a commentary team for this?
Okay, Gene Pascal says, hey, Raph, I'll bet you $1,000 I'd Kimura you. I don't even know what to say to this other than probably, I guess.
That's not as impressive. You gotta threaten him with a choke of some type. Something that attacks his necklaceness. If you can get a choke, that's worth $1,000.
That is fair.
That's worth money.
I guess my question is this. Why would you have $1,000 to just waste? Now, it's not to say that it would or wouldn't happen. It's just why $1,000, first of all. Second, what is the interest in submitting me, a host? And third, do you not have better things to do? I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure we reiterate that. You know.
Is it real money or is it like Chuck E. Cheese tokens?
I'm about to. My man's like, yo, I got $1,000 to Speed Zone.
Yeah, he didn't say it was real American money. Just said $1,000 in whatever kind of currency it is.
This dude's coming over. He's like, yo, have you heard of this Bitcoin? I'm like, did you just give me an NFT for $1,000? Oh, it's worth $20.
Hold on to that.
It says the Kimura isn't cool anymore. I want to see him twister you. I mean, that would be harder. That would definitely be harder. Maybe a Gogo Plata. And it says, no, oh my, they said shut there. Am I supposed to shoot? I don't know. That's very awkward. And it says he does that and then cartwheels from 10 feet away into a bolo. So, okay, that is impressive. All right, let's see who's coming up on these mats. Yep, we're still in the middle of what some people would call the Dunkables. I don't call them that, but why would you guys call them that? It seems rude.
Wait, they're called the what? The Dunkables?
Dunkables.
Dunkables.
Yeah, there's a thing in PGF that they refer to as they're like, well, obviously, like PJ Barch is very good, right? But then maybe the 20th ranked person isn't as good as PJ Barch. Okay. So the purpose of having them is so that someone gets submitted fast, so you get high action, thus Dunkable.
Oh. I call them sacrificial lambs, but Dunkable is cool too.
And it said, Season 4, Vet, Juan Martinez with the quick sub. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Ooh. Yeah, I just saw that right now. Good for him. Do you know anyone from family that has fought ADCC the real thing? So, hold on. Let me see if I can restructure this question. So do I know anybody from my family? From my family, no. Not that I'm aware of. Though Mexicans are very, very much related to one another. So there's still no proof Octavio and I are not cousins.
There's probably a cousin somewhere that competed.
I'm absolutely.
So we're going to say yes.
Yeah. In order to not spend the money to 23andMe it, I'm just going to say yes.
My DNA? No way.
I love this. Lit ride. Okay. What's up, Raph? Not much. The ability to say her name, not there. Not the ADCC Open BS. I mean, yeah, we have a lot of friends who have competed there. I don't know what to say. Just want to go. Yes, I will agree with that, I think. Uncle Eddie on Easter. A lot of comments I didn't have context for, so my apologies if those aren't the best answers. Yeah, I mean, listen, dude, we've made a lot of friends over the years. Most of the people here in this competition today alone are friends of the show. Some of them are going to be going up against each other. That's going to suck. And then inevitably, I would tell you this. Even the people who compete at the big dance, like I've interviewed a good portion of them. And I'd say a decent proportion of them I would consider decently good friends. Like, The top tier people, I would say, even if we don't interview all the time, we have a certain respect for each other, so that when we see each other, we usually go like, yo, what's up? How you doing? You want to grab a lunch or whatever? Jean Pascal, did Eddie Bernal tell you about his upcoming new stuff? So I am aware that he has a new fight that is coming up, and that I believe that is on the May 18th card for Lights Out. So we haven't quite figured out who the opponent is yet, but I just know that that's the announcement. Jean Pascal says, my pops competed in ADCC, though. That's pretty dope, dude.
That's pretty badass.
Who's your dad? I mean, obviously there's a Pascal, I would assume, but that's very nice. Oh my God. I'm going to read this out. But before I do, can I just say, this is slowly getting reminiscent of like TRL, and you'll see why. I just want to give a shout out to my teammates competing today: Joey B, Jordan G, Alan D, Dave Nav, and Vanessa Cherry. Woo! Spring break! Wait, hold on. You know, I do have sound effects, but I don't know which ones they are. Hold on, wait, I just want to proof them. I don't know which ones sound like that. And I don't even know that they can hear them, though. That's the only thing. So hold on. Let me see which one this is. Okay, that is boosted up. Let's see. Hey, audience. That's a good one. Oh, that's the one that laughs. Okay, that's the laughing. So that's the audience. That's the air laugher. So I have the air laugh track as well. Which, by the way, you guys really haven't lived until you've worked on a show that has a laugh track.
It'll crush your soul.
It is.
You realize how unfunny things really are.
It's just the favorite part of a laugh track and working on it is that when you're sitting next to somebody who's pressing the buttons, they have the opposite face of a laugh, so it's just them.
It's more robotic at that point.
They're just short of having a
insert laugh.
But it's just them like smoking to the equivalent.
Nobody knows comedy.
It says, my past experience watching ADCC, I feel like the people who don't compete during the year struggle the most. Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you this much, man. I think you definitely want to be active, but it's a fine balance. If you overcompete, then your body shuts down. A lot of these guys are coming even into this with a lot of injuries. So it's a matter of mitigating those injuries and making sure you can kind of keep yourself alive for a certain amount of time. It's a marathon, dude. These things are very tough. Lilt Ride says, 10-piece LB! He's a fueler. Okay, cool. Very nice. Anyone got a link to watch? You guys can talk to each other. You're the man, Raph. Well, that's very nice of you guys. ADCC 2009. Dude, that's awesome, man. 2009, back when ADCC was real, man. It was not just these nerds with these unicorn spats coming in here and ruining the whole goddamn thing.
We were allowed to pile drive back then. I got these punk ass power bombs.
Now you see these weak ass power bombs, man. That guard pull into a power bomb. What is that, man? What is that?
We used to clothesline each other. One of us failed.
So, question. Who can you see in the 88 finals? I'm thinking J-Rod and William Tackett or that Aiken guy. That would be good. All three of those are definitely the standouts. Honestly, I think that's going to be a rough one to predict. Legitimately, there's a few of these that I was like, I'm not predicting any of them. A lot of, like, the three people you mentioned are friends of the show. That I'm like, all of them have won tons of shit. And I could easily see them returning back. I know that one of my friends just sent me a text right now and just goes, yo, there's a little bit of a lull down there.
What, the venue?
Just at the live companion version of this. It says, loose observations. The Corbett brothers look like assassins, and PJ Batch is the most handsome. I think that's supposed to be Barch. Is the most handsome man in grappling. All right. Giving out some props to some of our friends. Do you think your interviews and connection To the fighters would be different if you never actually rolled yourself. Yes, very different. So I feel like even at like my most basic level of grappling, I think that people give me a better interview if I've rolled with them. So I really do try to do as many in person as possible, especially if they live out here in Southern California. And I do make it an offer to roll with the guest if we have the time and the space. So what's been really cool is if they come on over to the place where I teach over at Milton Arguello's Mixed Martial Arts Academy in Woodland Hills. And a good friend of the show, Eddie Bernal's done it. A lot of local fighters have done it. And then some homies, even as well-versed as like in the past, I've rolled with people like John Combs or I've rolled with Gary, a bunch of people who I'm like, I have no business rolling with this person, but they're super dope. And I just try to learn as much as I can. I just feel like even if I don't roll at their level, they don't expect me to roll at their level. They just kind of go like, I think it's kind of cool that you're a host that does. And jiu-jitsu, there's a lot more hosts now that are more known for being jiu-jitsu athletes who happen to interview. With me, it's clearly the opposite. You know me from interviews, not because I'm some sort of spectacular jiu-jitsu guy. So, yeah. But I do find when everybody talks to me, if we have trained before we do the interview, they're way more forthcoming, way less guarded. Because especially if people don't know you at the very beginning, they might start telling you a story, but then kind of like pull back because they're like, I don't know you. I don't know if I want to tell this much story. But then, you become bros, you trained a little bit, and all of a sudden they're just like, yeah, another thing, man, I didn't even like that guy, This guy was a dude. It was a beer, not a cola, by the way, if that was the case. I got Damon Ramos taking 99 plus. I could see that. And then I'm so sorry about this one, Dana, to pass this one out, but it says, thoughts on the Nicky Ryan versus JT Torres match coming up in May. So that's great. I actually reached out to JT. JT's a homie. I wanted to interview him because I wanted to hear why he was taking this match. For Nicky, it's a no-brainer. JT doesn't have to take this match, and here's why. Like, maybe they would meet each other at ADCC, but like, wouldn't you want to get matched with somebody closer in age or anything like that? The fact that like JT wants to be that current and that ready. Granted, he trains with a bunch of killers over at Essential. It's just Nicky Ryan, man. That's almost something you would expect to see like at a ADCC quarter or something to that effect. So I have all the respect in the world, and I hope we can make an interview happen sooner than later. Do you think the Rotolo should fight MMA? Because I don't think they should. I think they should. There's a funny thing about people who fight MMA, especially if you know more as jiu-jitsu guys, which is legitimately, I think it's more that they have a martial artist attitude, which is they want to see how their martial arts stack up. And it's really hard to talk those people out of fighting because it's in their blood and they feel like they have to do it. And for me, I think it's good. I think for them in particular, they have the kind of unique style that maybe would compensate for a little bit of some maybe proficiency others might have in the boxing and striking. But from all accounts that I've heard, their striking wasn't bad. So just saying, if we're going to send anybody as a representative, I am perfectly fine sending them. So there is that. You're in LA. Is it raining there? I'm in SD. It's pouring. To be honest, I am in a little tiny room where there is no windows. A little bit later, I might be able to see out a window. So instead, I'm going to have to do something really, really shitty, which is I'm going to have to converse with my... Oh, well, it's telling me in San Diego. That's how it knows right now. It's telling me it's raining where you are. Oh, it's flood watch out in San Diego. Yikes. Oh, let's see what it's like here. My location. Oh, it's flood watch here too. These conditions are expected to last until 6 p.m. Sunday, March 31st. Well, that's not good for tomorrow because we got to go take this shit elsewhere. Yikes. Was it raining outside?
No.
Oh, no. That should answer your question. Which team is the funniest to be around or has the best gym vibe? Honestly, right now, it's got to be B team. I think B Team is the place where everybody wants to be. I think they have really branded themselves as a fun group. I think a large part of that is due to some of the work that our good friend Freddie does with them. He's the co-host of the El Segundo podcast, occasionally on there. But yeah, I think he's one of the guys, the head honchos of their media team. And you combine that with Craig Jones's very relatable nature. I think that's why they've endeared themselves to so many people. Camera guys in the sport should train. Absolutely.
Yes.
It would help. You know, when I'm about to work for Subversive, I'm of this mindset that if we hire you for a position, I want to let you do the position. I don't want to overproduce you if possible. But having said that, we're about to have a switcher on the deck that he doesn't train. So the way I told him is I was like, we'll feel out our first few matches. And then you may have me kind of interject and say, hey, can we cut to this camera? I need this and this and this. But I really want to try and be as hands-off as possible. Now, when you watch Subversive, if you see me cutting like the WWE, it might be, maybe that's where I step in and say like, hey, man, can we just keep the action on the movement? Easier said than done if you've never done it, though. What was rolling like Gary like? Was he trolling you? So Gary was an asshole because he waited until the very end of the day. So he told me at one point, this is back when I was just like a year into training, I think. I was a year into training, still doing the podcast. And he's like, hey, save me a roll, like at the very end. And I was like, bro, okay. And he didn't have to do shit. I essentially exhausted myself. And it was very, very bad. I wouldn't mind rolling with him now to see what we're like now. But he is why he is. Like, that's how good he is. So, just saying. Can anybody just walk off the street and apply for trials? You don't have to have any credentials, it seems like. So just pay the fee. Well, you have to be first. You have to be one of the first 256. And then they go ahead and say, all right, you're in. Some people have talked about a trials process, like you have to qualify for that. No. Honestly,
I like the weirdos off the streets.
Yeah, that does help. Mejia is now on mat number 2, is what I think I'm seeing here. Let me go back. Huh. Yeah, we might be behind on that one. That's why. And then Renee Lopez on mat number 6. Okay. Looking good so far. All right. So, yes, I think we talked a little bit about the element of dunkables. And I think that's kind of why you keep those people there, so that they can easily give you the highlights you want. Christian Hickman. Honestly, Nicky Rod could be a top 10 heavyweight right now. All you got to do in the UFC at heavyweight is just not be obese.
I don't know, man. Heavyweights, those guys hit hard, man.
I don't know, man. I was about to say, I was like, if you've never been hit by a heavyweight, that is a much easier conversation to have. And those look like Hane's butt scooting for a leg attack right now. It's on mat number 6. Mat number 6. Yeah, still at a lull, so that's okay. JT is taking the fight because Nicky Ryan's kryptonite is wrestling. You know, you say that, but I've seen him make drastic improvements, and I don't know. I mean, if you watch the match with JT and PJ, there is a little bit of a moment where you kind of go like, okay, yeah, JT can be beaten, but you got to be as good as PJ to be able to beat him. So there's a big X factor there. But I mean, Nicky Ryan is very, very good, very underrated. It does look like that was the Mejia submission that I was waiting on. I wasn't quite sure when that was going to happen because, again, I think we could see a slight delay on our side. Okay, well, that's good. Well, we're still waiting to see what action takes place. And it said Alameda made the top 5 of heavyweight. undersized, and didn't throw a single punch at distance. So, Christian, I do notice kind of a thing here, which is I think you keep looking for exceptions to the rule, which are statistical anomalies. So it doesn't mean that they can't exist. It just means that the percentage is usually shorter on that. So by and large, I would say if you're looking for the exceptions to the rule, sure. But that's a winning lotto ticket that you were trying to go to many different 7-Elevens to get, as opposed to the more reality version of some of these hypotheticals that we are proposing for zero reason.
And it's hard for those guys to break like the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's like those Damian Maias who were amazing, but they couldn't get past a certain point.
They
couldn't get past a certain point. You're really, really good jiu-jitsu guys, but...
And it depends on the era. Like some eras, you would have a bigger chance to do something against than others. Like Dustin Poirier, I think in a very different era, probably champion.
Dominates.
Like
different styles.
It's just a different era that he grew up in, where now you're like, he's kind of washed. I mean, maybe he's not. He's washed. Nah, fam. He just got beat by some really good people, and he's still a very good fighter. So we'll see. Yeah, I like it when my on-site coverage team is like, it's kind of boring matches right now, boss. Sorry. And I'm like, you don't have to be sorry. You didn't do it. So if I'm going by... That sounds great. I do appreciate having to educate people about how to use Google Sheets.
It's a fantastic tool.
It's very, very helpful. But they're like, I can't modify the document. I was like, well, use it on the computer. Part of this is they want you to download the app so that you can modify it on here. And I'm not telling you have to.
Really? I guess I do have Google Sheets on my phone, so that's why it did work for me.
Yeah.
It's a simple install. Just get a Google Sheets.
Ooh. Conscious Keelan says Nick Saf should be coming up on mat number 7, I believe. I'm going to need you to do more than believe here, Keelan. If you could be certain of it, have some confidence in yourself, sir. Or look it up. Just kidding. We love you. Here's the good news. We are... I blame Flo.
Always blame.
You know, listen.
When in wrong. Always.
Ooh, that's a good arm. That's a triangle and an arm bar at the same time. So McClendon and Gomez. I think Gomez can finish this if he doesn't get fully power bombed here on his head, but he's got the underhook here. Ooh, it's possible. You need to attack that arm, my friend. Yep. It's close. It's right on the verge. Oh, he just might be short on it, though. But he's already ahead by 2 points, so he's going to win either way. All right. He's got it.
It's
good for him.
Thing now. Just don't get
yeah, exactly.
You can survive in a second. There you go. You didn't give him the pleasure.
He's an exception because he isn't fat.
A fat heavyweight?
Jesus Christ. Yes.
Oh.
Yoshida on mat number 2. Good job, Gomez. Ooh. Seeing Yoshida out here should be inspirational to me, but in fact, it actually is just the opposite. It just looks entirely tiring to me.
I think he's like, my goal is just to eliminate a couple guys that shouldn't be here.
Right. Yoshida's out here to be like, I want to get some highlight reels on some of these dunkables. Yeah. I want to help you guys out. All right, let's see if we had a couple friends go, because they might have flown past me, and it's entirely possible I didn't see them. So I'm going to reset this. Because I swear I saw one of my friends. I swear I saw our buddy Bryce. About 469. So let's see. 469, and that was in 77. Maybe it hasn't gone. Yeah, it looks like it didn't. Oh, wait. Barber. Oh no, I think it did happen. No. So like this is why it's so annoying. I can't even see above it. Oh my god.
What are you telling me that Flow's web design is bad? No. You know how much subscriber money went into designing this webpage? None of it.
Oh my god. Recent results. Okay. Lead BJJ. Oh, so it says it's upcoming. Okay. It's just a versus, so it didn't say anything other than that. Okay, I think we're good. Like, all I want is just the result that said this happened or this happened. And trying to get those results sometimes is quite annoying, so I don't think it's gone. Okay, great. So I'm seeing some of the results here. It does look like we are working our way toward the round of 64 on the 66. So I'm going to come back this way to double check for all the folks who are going. Yeah, Kevin Ma. Colmerick. Okay, so we got some time to kind of catch up on some shit. You are doing the Lord's work, Raph. I'm trying, bro. This shit is so ridiculous. And you know, this is, I think, why I get so mad about this. Like, I think Octavio knows this because we are similar in this way. As a person with a certain set of OCD, I like to come in as prepared as possible. And I like to do my research. I like to know what to do. I like, you know, if I could, I set all this up last night. And in fact, when we switch in about an hour and change, we already have the other setup mostly preset. The only reason it's not fully set is because there's another class and we just didn't want to be in their way. But like everything I could set up, I did because that's how I like to operate. If I could have last night made it so that I already had all 8 things, all 8 mats with a different coverage and like presetting this up for today's broadcast, I would have done it. But you can't do it until a certain point. So cut to me in the morning being like, great, now I got to budget time in doing this. I got to do this. It's just like, just to even be comparable on reporting this live, you have to know when they're going to screw up and try to work around that. Again, we're asked, Keelan, are you watching live stream on Flow? And I would assume he is. I'm going to look to see which of you yahoos. So I saw Debo gave us a new subscribe. So I'm going to do a quick little nice note to you guys. But I see the rest of you goons, you are not liking this. So you guys need to get on this shit. You need to like this show. Ooh, nice armbar. Reese Lefevre is on mat number 5. And that's a new wave individual. So keep your eyes peeled for that one. That one is coming up very, very shortly.
With the Barrett Yoshida match, who won
that? I thought that Barrett won it, but I'm going to have to go back and double check that. Let's do this. He says, I'll call in after. Sounds good. Yoshida did win, according to Hickman.
Woo!
Thank you, Christian, for that.
He has to be the oldest person.
Oh, he won by Darce. I
don't know.
The oldest notable person, I think. Okay. I can't prove to you that some old Father Time isn't going to be in there.
I guess it's fair, but
yes,
all these guys are pretty young. They're probably
early. It was like, 20s, it was like, bro.
That's impressive for you to even like show up to this, knowing there's gonna be a lot of hungry young kids trying to go after him.
Which we should laugh at this because last week or 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was a Naga and I went to go compete at it, and I had put plus 40. I was like, all right, put me on plus 40. Then all of a sudden I saw that plus 40 went to a single division or like a single elimination. I was like, yo, I just want 2 matches, like no matter what. So I was like, you know what? It seems like there's one dude in the 30 plus division. I was like, I'll do both. Now I'm pretty sure I put don't change my divisions. And I think the other person dropped out or he didn't finish his registration. So they dropped me down to the adult division. And I was, so I was going to do 2 divisions no matter what, but I was like, oh, if that dude wasn't doing it, you don't need to move me down. Like I'm good. And they moved me down anyway. So as a courtesy, I went over to the ballot table or the mat desk. And I was like, hey guys, just to let you know, you put me here. I'm not going to do this match. And they were like, oh, And the referee literally did this to me. He goes, "You sure?" I was like, "Yep." "You sure?" "Yeah." "You sure?" The third "you sure" is what broke me. And I go, fuck it, we ball. So
that's a friend that works on you.
You know what? But legitimately, because the reason why was this. So for Naga, for old people matches, for 30 or 40-year-olds, it is a 4-minute match.
Damn, it's only 4 minutes.
It's only 4 minutes. So I'm like, okay, 4 minutes with old people, not a problem. For adults, so that's just 18 plus. It's a 6-minute match, okay?
That's standard.
Now I can roll 6 minutes with most people. 6 minutes with what I later found was not just one MMA athlete, 2 MMA athletes. That's a long day ahead of you. So it sucked. And believe me, one of the guys was somebody who I've wanted to interview before. And so of all people I ran into Mike John, and he was like, "I think you should do it." And I was like, "Bro, no. Like, I don't have an interest." Nice slam there, by the way. And he's like, "Why?" And I go, "Because, bro, I came here. I'm willing to grapple with old people, young people. I'm not foolish enough to believe like, oh yeah, I can hang with these guys right now."
It's different.
I go, it's just at a certain point, it's just not the same. And if you'll recall at Naga, it's literally very nice shake off there. As you'll recall at Naga, it's literally just, we don't care what division you are. It's just, if you've been training more than like 3-4 years, you're just all in one division. So it's like purple, black, red, whatever. So I'm sitting there and I go, okay. Nice tap there. Lefevre did just win, by the way. So all of a sudden, the referee sees me going through this, and the dude who I thought would be a problem was definitely a problem. And he was so mad because I literally pulled guard. And I was like, "I'm not messing with you. You're an MMA fighter. This sucks. I didn't even cut weight for this. Nope." And he's looking at me like, "How dare you pull guard?" And then all of a sudden, all he did was just flying attacks at me.
Oh, wow.
Like legitimately 15 different, well, not 5. I think he got like at least 6. But like I was able to fend off about 6 or 7, but he hit a flying darce on me that was pretty dope. But when Mike John was like, "Yo, let me just tell you," he's like, "If you were somebody I competed against, I'd give you the interview." And I was like, all right, that's fair. So afterwards, I just go up to him. I was like, "Hey, man, you need to do an interview with me now." I was like, "I wanted an interview with you, but instead they gave me a match with you." So womp womp. And he's like, "Oh, yeah, I'll do one." So what he doesn't know is I'm going to make him do a roast Raph where I'm like, "Well, now you have to roast the competition," because now I want to make sure. I'm like, if I'm getting beat, that's fine. You can highlight real me all you want.
You can fire back with like, "What was the point of all those diving
but
attacks?
Like,
are you crazy?"
Legitimately, I want to be like, you know how old I am.
Yeah.
Like with that couldn't have been your only strategy to beating me.
Yeah, was it just dive attacks until hopefully something gets through?
Because homeboy passed my guard and got me to mount, and then like let me go, and I go, "What is this? What like, bro? If you're gonna rack up your points, that's perfectly fine." I go, "Oh, I know he wants to get something flying. This just sucks." So I had a very good laugh about it, and I just remembered thinking like, this is not fun. And yet afterwards, the referee sent me a note. He was like, "Yo, bro, I just wanted to let you know, I didn't know the situation." He goes, "But I was
like, "Are you sure?"
Yeah. He goes, "But much respect to you. That was really cool that you did it." I was like, "Hey, man, my only thing was this. I just didn't want to go to sleep." Because I was like, as he was cinching up the choke, I just heard on the loudspeaker, "Rafael Esparza, mat number 11. We're
you already were being called to the next match?
As the dude's like cinching up this darce, and I'm like, just don't go to sleep. Whatever you do, just even if you're gonna try and fight out of it, don't be an idiot. So
you like look at the clock. Well, there's only 40 seconds left. They won't DQ me on the other mat if I survive. And I'm late by 20 seconds. They won't DQ me for that.
It was the funniest shit in the world. Like after it all was said and done, I was like, all right, I can laugh about this now. But like at the time, I was just like, blah, this sucks. Let's never do this again. Goddamn these young people. All right, I saw that Saf is about to start on mat number 7. Mat number 7. Thank you for that. He is definitely coming up right now. So he is up against Keith Roberts from Henzo Gracie. That's the main one that I'm going.
Is Keith recording doing this?
Yes.
Okay.
We will see him in the 66 region. And I have to check the schedule. So they gave out a tentative schedule. And I'm not sure how much we're going to adhere to it. And by we, I mean them. Because I know what times they said things are supposed to go down. Ooh, nice out of bounds finish. It does look like he got a heel hook on the outside. So that's on mat number 1. Congrats to them. And I see this. Wow. Can we have a moment for this screen name, by the way? The screen name is Booty Juice Bandit, who writes, wow. Let's go, Barrett. So, Barrett Yoshida, please know that Booty Juice Bandit has your back. Once again, Booty Juice Bandit. So, when the new millennium hit, did you change your screen name or did you just decide, like, nah, that's the one?
92. He's never changed.
It's like his AOL screen name. He's like, I'm keeping this shit. So there is that. That is quite a remarkable achievement, sir. Just changed it. Oh, you just changed it. Oh, well.
So he's a recent bandit. He wasn't always a bandit.
Hey, listen, it's not Booty Juice Bandit 2.
It's true.
It's Booty Juice Bandit, the OG, the number 1, the original.
The first.
There is that. Check it out to see what you... Oh, AJ Agazarm about to be on mat number 2. AJ Agazarm in the new season of the PGF, by the way. So you guys can keep a note on that. It says Kevin Beering. That's what I thought. Heel hooked Keith Roberts in less than 1 minute in the super fight at the PGF Season 4 finale tournament. Kevin Beering's a beast. Took out an entire team on his own at the last PGF season. He wanted to try and do it again, but we were like, well, not we. I wasn't in charge of that. But they were like, no, bro, you have to stop. As it was, your whole team came for no reason. Love the mullet over here.
There's been a couple of power mullets today.
That's a very solid mullet on.
Glad to see it coming back.
Absolutely. Although I think it ends right now because.
Yeah, that doesn't look good.
I feel like they've already given me new names for that mat.
That looks up that.
Yeah. That was never going to get better, bro. No, that was legit worse and worse by the second. So the rough time they said was that 66 kg was going to start at 11 a.m. And I think right now we are seeing a mixture of a little bit of everything. They said that 77 kg goes at 1 p.m. Kieran Kachuk shaved his locks for today. I guess he did. I don't know what that means, but they also said that today's estimated end time, I think they said was 6. I put 8 because I just said I don't want to give myself false confidence. Now, the only reason it might end actually at 6, not because of efficiency, we know that. It's because Danaher and Gordon have a seminar that they're doing after day 1 of trials.
Damn.
Yeah. Or as one of my friends put it, what? Why?
Yeah.
Like, why would you want to do that after all of this shit?
You mean Palpatine and Vader?
But they're thinking logically where they said, bro, the last thing I want after a whole day of like doing this is, guess what? We're going to do a 3-hour seminar.
But that's not for the people that compete. It's for everyone that's not.
I forget. I think you had to sign up for it.
Yeah.
Jeff Nial, I believe, is Jeff Nial is on mat number 6.
Dude's always a savage.
He's a beast. Good on him. Then I saw another one. Tudang is on this one. So yeah, we're just starting to make our way through the 66 kgs. As I mentioned, AJ Agazarm with his bedhead right now just woke up, coming out to compete. Good on him. And as
How old is AJ?
That's a great question. AJ is not young.
Yeah, he's not a young buck anymore. So.
No. Now he is definitely turned into one of the older OGs. And we do have a finish here, and it says Have you seen Gordon or Eddie Bravo on the sidelines? So I haven't seen Gordon, but I saw Big Dan. And if you could see Big Dan, I think I saw like a peek of Danaher, but I haven't seen Gordon yet.
Is anyone big content plan competing that Eddie would need to be there for?
There's a few.
Okay.
I'm sure he wants to take credit for it. And Jeff Nial Real just advanced, so kudos to him. Didn't quite see how he advanced, but glad to see it. So AJ is deceptively interesting to watch in these matches because he's quite durable and he really does get people to expand a lot of their own energy. And Egghead Warrior wanted to make sure we knew AJ is 33 years old.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. It's like
well, that's young still in comparison to Barry Yoshida.
Bro, most people are young compared to Barry.
I'm just saying, the dude is in there, still younger. The young.
The homies are slowly starting to find their way up. But yes, we are making our way through the 66 kg. So they're only about an hour behind, I think, on the 66 kgs. Yeah, I think it's about an hour is what they said. So Anthony Odell is happening, and I'm starting to see some other names pop up. So eyes all around you guys. But see, the way I hear that 33-year-old phraseology is, it's like when they say that meme that goes, man, sports are so wild. They'll straight up be like, this dude is 33 years old, a miracle. Like, it's always so funny to talk about, like, the oldest man in the entire sport, 33, a miracle.
He's still doing it.
Yep.
He's still doing it.
So that's the 66. There's still the 77. And then approximately at 4 p.m., they do all the remaining divisions. So I think they kind of want to let these pitter patter out as much as possible. We'll see as we're doing. What time is Alex's match? I don't know, sir. But also Mustafa is another. I saw him right now. I think he lost. Not sure.
I was watching the AJ match. And
it just went to... Oh, good.
I watched it slowly just be covered by the referee. Then someone was pulling up their pants in front of the camera. And then it went to black.
What's the note I saw here? It says that Gordon Danaher seminar is probably going to be crazy expensive. Oh, most definitely. You probably have to put it on layaway, honestly.
What is the guessing how much that seminar is?
$300.
$300?
I'd say $300. It could be that they do it as like a incentive for them and that Mo pays them or something like that.
But a seminar at that scale, you're not really getting much detailed instruction individually. If you're lucky, maybe they'll come by and help you with a couple things, but you're paying $300 to just watch someone do jiu-jitsu for the most part.
So you know what? 1 second here. It does look like we are getting a friend calling in. So we do have some sideline reporters over at the event. And let me go ahead and pull them in. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to bring on friend of the show, Anthony Horta. Anthony, give me just a second to pull you on here, sir. But I am very happy that you're... Let's not put all of your face there. Let's put both of our faces, if anything.
Raph, what's up, man?
This way. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going very, very well. How is everything going for you, sir?
Well, it's been a bit of a long morning. I've been here, so about 4 hours. I came like 45 minutes before this place opened. And of course, they started a little bit late, but only 15 minutes late. So I'm going to give them some credit. It's not that bad. And yeah, I was walking around for a while, just like scurrying. And then I've spent the last like couple hours just sitting in a place and just like not being in a frenzy. And for the most part, it's weird. It's like, I don't come to these often, or it's really my first trials. And it is very odd seeing all these like Instagram faces, these avatars that I have, and they're now real life people. And the starstruckness has kind of faded a little bit.
Okay.
And now it seems a little like the vibe today overall seems pretty clinical. It seems like all the big names, they're here to get their shit done, do their 2 matches, and go home. And like I don't sense a lot of stress in the environment. You know what I mean?
So what you're seeing is you're seeing a mixture of one to two things. So the people who you probably expect are going to go far are treating it like business, and the people who are the dunkables are looking at this like, oh shit, I better show up today or else I'm going home.
Yeah, and let me say this: the dunkables are awfully dunkable. Like it's rough. Like J-Rod finished his first opponent within like 20 seconds via like a smother choke. I didn't even know you could get a smother. I didn't know you can progress from neutral standing to a smother choke. And by the way, I don't want to like rip on the athlete either, because God knows I'm not jumping in there. It's the last thing I would want to do. But Jesus Christ, like, yeah.
No, I'm with you. I mean, literally, just thinking the logics of getting a smother choke, you think you need at least more than 20 seconds. So there is that.
Right.
I want to ask this to you. You mentioned that you were a little starstruck by some folks. Who would you say you were most starstruck by so far?
Okay, yeah, so easily the answer to this question. And also the answer to the question of who is the most handsome man in all of grappling. It's PJ Barch by a country mile. Like he has this. Let me elaborate here. This man has an aura about him. In a sport where so many of us wear basketball shorts and sandals and completely lack swag, this man makes up for all of that lost swag. He is swagger incarnate. He is an absolute just beautiful masterpiece of a human being, and there's no exaggeration in any of those statements.
Did you go say hi to him? Did you introduce
No,
yourself?
Jesus, no. I'm like no. He's like the pretty girl at the ball, and I'm intimidated in the corner. I mean, like Jesus Christ. But yeah, he walks in with his with these shorts showing off his quads, and I'm like, this man is just it's perfect. Perfect.
So the way I've coined it, which by the way, it does look like Elias Anderson is on mat number 1. In case you guys are wondering, Elias Anderson on mat number 1, and it does look like you have Dominic Lobo on mat 8 and Jordan Holy on mat number 6. But back to you, I want to point this out. This is something that I've told PJ Barch in person, and I don't know that he loves it, but I feel it's true. He does look like the villain in an 80s movie. Like, he looks like the guy who's really mad at the nerds in a movie and goes, you'll never make it out of this country club alive. And then you look at him and you go, damn, he's so mad at, like, Danielson for some reason. He's the bad guy in the Karate Kid. And I've told him, I'm like, you look like you should be casted on a season of Cobra Kai. And he goes, yeah, all right. Okay. All right.
See, but does the bad guy in an 80s movie like have unbelievable charisma? Are we also supposed to secretly be rooting for him the entire time?
I mean, listen, there's a reason why Cobra Kai exists. Like, they made a whole series off of somebody's charisma who was the bad guy in the movie. And they repurposed it. So they're like, you know what? He's actually the good guy. I mean, that's definitely the PJ Barch idea. I'm glad that you were able to see him. What has been some of the best matches that you've seen there so far, sir?
Yeah, I think the best match I've seen is I don't know. I don't know if there's the best matches, because to be honest, there haven't been a lot of like super competitive ones, at least not from people whose names I know. But I will say this, that the Ryan Aiken match where he went against one of BMX guys, first name Travis, I'm not sure his last name, but like that dude Travis is a killer, and he's like, you know, a really good up and coming prospect. But Ryan Aiken is just on another level technically, and I was 6 feet away from that heel hook finish, and I heard the snaps deep into my eardrum. There were loud snaps of that knee, and with like very, you know, like within a second, you know what I mean? It was a crazy amount of torque, and yeah, just in general, what I've been seeing are just killer performances just from the standouts, right? Like William Tackett dispatching his opponents quickly, J-Rod doing the same. I mean, it's like I was saying before, like it's really clinical from the top guys out here.
And it's so funny because I think amongst the B team guys, the joke is always like, oh man, Craig's always subbing J-Rod and stuff like that in those videos. But you very quickly remember, oh, he has a perfect submission rate at the last trials. Oh, he's showing himself to get these quick finishes at the new trials. So you think about those things and you go, oh, right, that whole team is just, they're different human beings.
Yeah. And it's weird to say, it's like, it's almost crazy to think that people sleep on J-Rod, but like he is an animal. He is quick. He's incredibly strong, and just he seems to always be a step ahead in terms of like, you know, where the scramble is going, and like in terms of scrambling, yeah, he's just it's another level. It's crazy.
Okay, so we've made it through some of these divisions. It looks like right now we're starting to play catch up on 66, and then I think they're going to start making their way back to 88. So do you have any matches or things that you've seen? Like, did you get a chance to look at any of the brackets?
So it's an interesting thing. Did you know the brackets changed overnight?
What?
That there was one set of brackets? Yeah. So I looked at the brackets last night around like 1 a.m. and I noticed that J-Rod, for example, J-Rod had not been given a bye, right? And then I was like, that's really weird. So then I went to sleep and I came here today and I noticed at the when I was hanging around the warm-up mat, a lot of the athletes were expressing consternation because clearly they had fucked up the brackets the night before and had done some sort of last-minute change to the brackets. I don't know if that came in the early morning or around dawn. I have no idea. But yeah, there was 2 sets of brackets that came out.
They literally put up the brackets at midnight. So the fact that from midnight to 1 a.m. that you would think, like, dude, all I know is my wife laughed at me when I go, oh, they haven't put up the brackets yet. And she's like, what do you expect? And I go, oh, God. And she's not even involved in the sport. Like, the fact that my wife is roasting them and being like, why are you surprised? So I'm lying in bed, and then all of a sudden I go, oh, no, they put up the brackets. And she goes, don't spend too much time reading them. And she was right on 2 fronts. The first, why are you surprised? The second, don't get used to it, because when you wake up in the morning, it's probably going to be different. So she's definitely going to like hearing that tonight.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I don't know what the schedule is, but presumably the organizers just aren't sleeping. Because where do you find space within like 6 hours in the wee hours of the night?
Cocaine is a powerful drug. Never forget that, my friend.
Sure. Right.
It's just it'll definitely speed somebody up where they're like, you know what? Now, oh no. J-Rod didn't have a bye. We got to change the whole thing. I got it. I figured it out. Sir, let me ask this: is there anything that you've seen that we haven't seen? Because we only get the preview screens in front of us of the action on Flow Grappling, and sometimes not even that. Sometimes it's just a blank screen. But has there been anything that you caught off air that maybe we haven't been able to see here? And it looks like Cobre just caught a very quick armbar there. Good on him. Yeah.
Also, I walked by those guys, and they reminded me of the Salamanca twins from Breaking Bad. Like, that's their vibe. Like,
that's the most perfect call I've heard so far. You know what? That's borderline genius. You're earning your keep here today, sir. But was there anything else that you've seen like outside of this? And I think Damon Anderson, am I seeing this right? He's on mat number 8. Mat number 8.
Oh, okay.
And Gianni Grippo is on mat number 3. Elias Anderson, mat number 1. Kevin Gonzalez on mat number 5. So we are starting to have business pick up. And I do like that you were pointing to me about an hour ago going like, hey, boss, like, it's getting kind of boring right now. And I was like, no. Take your time. Pick and choose your spot.
Yeah. Let me get out of here to watch these next fights. But the only other observation I have for you before I go is that next door there's a equally intense competition going on. Nothing to do with jiu-jitsu, and it involves elementary school girls doing cheerleading. And honestly, they're just as intimidating and just as scary. And yeah, I'm more scared to go in there than to be around here.
Anthony, I want to point this out. You have been already, if nothing else, you are stars, A+, gold stars on the chart as our sideline coverage. I'm going to let you go ahead and check out more action. Check in with us a little bit later, sir. But for right now, good work. Outstanding job, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Talk later.
Much love. Talk to you later, buddy. Oh, my God. Okay. So we should bring this up. He was just saying right now that he was like, well, you should know there is some other thing happening in one of the other, like right next to where we are on the jiu-jitsu side, something equally as scary. And I was like, well, what is it? He goes, oh, there's like 6th grade or like elementary cheerleaders going on right now. And he goes, they're probably scarier than we are.
Yeah.
Amazing. So let's catch up on some notes here. Yes, Jordan Hawley did get, I think you mentioned he was going to get a rear naked choice, but then I think a little bit later he ended up winning by points. Thank you for that correction right there. AJ Agazarm, it says a rear naked choke. Not quite sure about that. My apologies. Let's see. Since Agazarm is at 66 kg, will he be undersized for PGF Season 6 with the 175 weight limit? Potentially, but I just feel like AJ has been competing for so long, he might just let it stack up a little bit and maybe not worry about weight cutting. Because he does look a little bit on the skinnier side whenever he cuts, like most people do. And it says, I'm surprised ADCC hasn't been banned considering he always causes chaos, and that's in reference to AJ. I mean, chaos is controversy, and controversy is cash. So, yeah, just saying, man. And you know what the weird part is? AJ isn't really necessarily ruining anything. It's just like slightly annoying. And Damien might be in with a reap here on a heel hook. His opponent, Maver, he looked like for a split second he was starting to get out in a decent way, but Damien's staying on this. Just be careful not to give out an exposure of his back, but he's already working on that, crossing the legs, and that looks like it's going to get slowly deeper and deeper, but he loses the grip, finds it again. However, Maver still managing to stay in this, though. Damien Anderson being relentless. Just to let you guys know, Isaac Cordova, in case, Colin, you were wondering, I do believe he is on one of the mats, and he's going to get a heel hook to advance beyond the round of 128, so congratulations to him.
Darce versus leg entanglement.
Oof, don't love it. Speaking of which,
their leg entanglement won.
The leg entanglement. In case there was ever any doubt, my friends, the leg entanglement did just win. Hey, how about some love for our good friend Anthony Orta, who came in with some great knowledge and some great analysis. Kid is a rock star. We love the shit out of him. See, this is guy letting you know on like some deep stuff right now. So like this, my second computer is about to run out of juice. See, everything's within hand distance here because we literally put out extra things. I got it over here. Oh, okay. It's just
this is the one behind you, technically.
Right. Look at this. Good job, Antonio.
That's what I'm here for, man.
Absolutely. Hey, listen. You can see the angles. I can't. This is just good coaching as far as I'm concerned. Elias Anderson also continues on. Congratulations in order to him. And it does look like there's also a submission on mat number 2. Lots of action moving very, very fast right now. Who's sponsored by Google?
This guy.
I'm going to double check here. That's A.L. Gort. So Ari L. Gort, who's standard BJJ. Nope, just kidding. That was actually Troy Ibanez. Oh, my God. Imagine just saying, like, you know what, I'm just going to put Google on my shorts and see what happens.
Maybe he's like the first jiu-jitsu person ever sponsored by Google.
It's very possible. I mean, Google used to have lunches that would have jiu-jitsu at them up in NorCal.
Yeah, the office I work at has a class.
Yeah.
Every now and again.
It's all right. Good to know. Let me see. Joshua Flores. Kevin Shaughnessy.
Maybe he's a man and AI. And AI, like, I want to try jiu-jitsu too.
He's one of those Boston Electronics come to life.
Yeah.
They just put a flesh on him. Okay.
He's so stable.
Let me see. It says watching at the gym. Nope. Holly won by points. So this is something I wanted to know too. Is Travis okay? The correspondent made it sound really bad for him. Yeah. Anthony Horta was letting us know those pops sounded really rough. So I'm hoping he is okay.
When there's popping involved, you're never really okay.
Yeah. So MacTube did just ask, any big names lose yet? Not to my knowledge. We did give a shout out to Cordova. And it says, damn it, the cheerleaders making us look soft. I mean, I don't know that it's the cheerleaders that make us look soft. Sometimes we just be soft. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they just have more passion.
They just want it more.
More flair.
Absolutely. Here's the good news. I think class is about to end for them pretty soon.
You know, the crowd in Mexico did that during some of the matches.
Oh, they did.
They were stomping on the bleachers.
So I heard that they were doing a wave.
I remember the wave.
On the broadcast, I think Brandon was saying that they did a wave.
Maybe, he had full view of everything. I was more focused on the matches. But,
as you should be.
They did start stomping on the bleachers, and it really started roaring, like shaking the.
Heads up, mat 6, Gio Martinez.
Ooh.
Gio Martinez on mat number 6, everybody.
You
know, him and Boogie are both competing today.
Oh.
So, and it says, I'm looking at the results on Flow, and so far, 10th Planet doing well. I mean, yes.
They always do well.
At the very beginning, yes. These later rounds are where things are going to be interesting. But don't forget that Andy Varela is 10th Planet, and he is considered one of the odds-on favorites to win his division.
Move your head out of the way, guy.
I think it's just the coach who's just putting in his head like, hey, I don't know. Can you guys see around this? That's perfectly fine.
The thing is, the second a head starts to come into frame, you immediately put your hand up.
100%. That's what you're supposed to do as a camera guy. Oh, boy.
You get like a little taser.
You know, it's weird. I didn't think you'd really get to see the gi pants tying motion here, but somebody's shorts were starting to come undone, and you got like the first gi pant tie
I was looking for
variation.
For a second.
All right. Dude, I like the rash guard that Gio's wearing today.
It's like some Rugrats.
Yeah, absolutely. Good on it. Oh, shit. Even just with the shuck down here. Good on him. Oh, what a beautiful scissor takedown. Yeah, that's going to be a tap right there. In 20 seconds, Gio Martinez making a beautiful return to competition.
Jump in that deep on a scissor, I'm like, it's over. As soon as I see it, I'm like, it's over. Like,
give me a second here. I'm going to double check that. My apologies, Gabe. I did. Oh, no. Thank you so much, my man. Gabe sent me an update. It says, Matt side update. Midget Butterbean is through to the round of 32. Congratulations, sir.
Which one's Midget Butterbean?
That's our buddy.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Butterbean, let's do it.
So, much love to you, Gabe. Ooh, nice armbar there. Little flex on them hoes right there. Congratulations. Are in order. I think Kevin O'Shaughnessy is going to be out for today, so I just saw it happen on that mat. Let's see who is coming up right now. Ricky Lule. Oh, man. So Ricky Lule is on the same mat as Gio, which makes me think they're probably going to have to see each other very soon. Ah, fuck, man. Julian Espinoza is not competing, so I think that means that Sam Cello gets a bye. Rene Lopez is back. He's against River Mayfield, and that's happening on mat number 7. What do you think? What do you think about Owen O'Flanagan? He's an awesome guy. Super, super good competitor, obviously. Seems to have a very engaging and fun podcast from all means, but when he came on the show, he was super, super wonderful. And
Oh, that was an awesome transition to a rear naked choke. It was almost like a twister, and then like he was switching it up. He just took it back over.
Damn. Good on him. But yeah, Mac too. Owen O'Flanagan, he was on the show, I want to say back in August. Had a great conversation. Don't be surprised if you see him back on. He actually volunteered to do an installment of Roast Raph. And he goes, I'm not even going to be funny. I'm just going to be mean. And I go, well, to me, that's actually sometimes still very funny. The fact that it's happening to me may not be funny, but I see the humor in most things. So they're that. But thank you guys for tuning in and keep these comments rolling. We are enjoying seeing you guys joining us for an extensive period of coverage as we go through every single match in existence here at ADCC Trials. And that's Ian Morkin, who is a local guy on out here. I want to say Millennium MMA. Very good individual. I think he also does photography. So shout out to him. We love to see our friends who do multiple talents and do photography get some love out this way. Yeah, Ricky Lule on mat number, I think it's 6, in case you guys are wondering. But that's a very long swoop of hair from Lule. He looks like an upstanding kid with this haircut. Normally, whenever I see Lule, he's got the little shorter hair, doesn't keep it as long. Looks kind of like a hooligan, but now he's brushing it on over to one of the sides. And it says on the Alex podcast, he said 25% of the match is off the mat on the carpet. I think that's super low. I predicted 357%.
Almost went into the carpet again.
You know, I think right now the Dunkables are not going to play as much off the mats. It's probably going to be tomorrow when things are going off. I was doing a conservative estimate of 25%, and I haven't seen anywhere close to that yet. But I think when you start to get some of the notable infractions or the notable individuals, I'm talking your Bobby Winter, friend of the show, Cody Steele, friend of the show. All these guys who are friends of the show were the worst culprits last time who went off the mats. And guess what? That's probably going to happen again today. So we're just trying to do our best to make sure that people are going to be safe. Listen, in no other sport do you go off the mats like this. That's all I'm thinking about is we're the only sport. Oh, nice. Ian ended up getting that tap right there. A little bit more of a knee bar for him. So congratulations. He advances to the next round. That's good shit. Damn. So just so you guys are aware, I don't think it'll happen exactly at 1 o'clock. We'll see what the flow of traffic looks like. But pretty soon we will do a crossover to the other location here. So just so you know, there's a class that's ending. Once the class ends, we won't be in this compact little room like we were for the past couple hours. I know it was very funny for me to see how we had to do it, but I mean, you got to make do. And as somebody who, when I was told we would need to make some adjustments and make some off-the-cuff adjustments, I was like, we can do it. I think it can happen. And then literally spending like the next 4 hours going like, well, how does this work? The last time we were considering this room, I was thinking like, what's the bounce back going to be on the wall with the sound? But according to you guys, not the worst. I mean, let's put it this way. When I go back and listen to it later or just kind of browse through it, I'm going to 100% be like, I didn't like it. But we'll see. But let me go back here and make sure you guys are. Oh, Anthony Burchak is going to be on mat number 4. Burchak, mat number 4. We're staying with Ricky Lule. And like I said, Renee Lopez is on mat number 7. And it says, is Hasim Raida at the trials? I would assume, but I don't know if he does our trials. Does he do the foreign trials? That I don't know. And Secret Jiu-Jitsu Club, what's up? Good to see you. Great day of matches so far. So far, yes. I think we've actually seen some good stuff.
Is that Burchak?
Yeah, Burchak on mat number 4. It's so funny to me to see Burchak like out here because I feel like he's always going to turn it into a combat jiu-jitsu match. Like no matter what he does, I'm always like, oh man, you're going to get. Yep, see already. Like, you know, one nice little 1-2. Burchak looks like he's trying to put this kid to bed. No. Bed. Oh my God. But if Hasim Raida is here, please let me know if you are seeing him in our trials number. It does not surprise me if we would. It's just, I get confused with the amount of trials that some people can do. Like our good friend Chris Rojic was able to do the Euro trials, and I'm like, fam, that's cheating. because we know you're more American than anything else. But he's like, I was born in London. I was like, a cheater. Yes, technically it's okay and allowed to do. Adam McFly or McPhee? Okay. Let's go back and see what new things have transgressed since then. Big shout out to our friend Chelsea Connor, who won her fight at LFA yesterday. Very stoked to see her get a big win back in the cage. Caleb McAllister, we see you over here. I saw Eddie Bernal show up. Good to see you, brother. Hope all is well. Going to give a couple shout outs while I'm still looking at these different folks who have been stopping by. My apologies if I didn't shout you out right exactly at the moment, but I'm trying to catch up here. Shout out Grayson. Shout out Black Belt Smith. Good to see you. Thank you for supporting the show and grabbing a new hoodie, by the way. You guys can get that at raffasparza.com/merch. Shout out Coach John Williams. Secret Jiu-Jitsu, of course. We love you. Mr. Big Wong, congratulations. Glad to see you guys are safely out that way. Embrace. Let me know when you're going up, buddy. Coach Gino, Chris, good to see you. El Champagne Poppy, you were here. What's wrong with you? You should have come say hello. Alex the Great, the Sometimes Great, which, by the way, is a very solid name, by the way. Secret Jiu-Jitsu Club, giving some hand fist raises. I'm going to double check over this way. If you guys have not liked, comment, or subscribe, I don't know what's wrong with you. You need to give us some love. We are doing this all for free $99, my friends. So you are getting in on a good deal here. I'm wondering, though, who the big standout of the day is going to be. Like, that's the thing that is always impressed me about the trials process, is when somebody just like comes, wreck shop, and you go, who's this person? Stop the press, Vicky Vale. Who is that? Like, that's the shit I want to see today. If you guys have any ideas on who that might be, that would be great. Oh my goodness. Am I frozen? I could stare at Raph all day, but not sure if that's intentional. Well, thank you. That's very nice of you, I think. It says right here, off topic. Oh, man. Don't worry. You don't need to say off topic on this show. We talk about jiu-jitsu for 8 hours straight. There's no way you can be worried about going off topic. And Burchak is not at all. Like, that referee was about to touch him, and he's like, nope, don't care what you're about to do, Brady. It says off topic, but what do you think about...
That guy's seriously injured.
Who? Oh, no. He's getting airlifted out.
That's back. And the way he reacted.
Oh no.
He was doing this like.
Oh,
really
God, bro, that makes me very sad. Oh no. Well, yikes. Most of your viewers probably didn't get the Vicky Vale reference. Well, that's their problem, not me. I'm gonna give you guys the Borrachina. That's like your problem, bro. But anyway, off topic. What do you think about Bo Nickel being on the main card? I feel like Aljo versus Cater should have been on there, or Figgy Smalls versus Cody. So I don't mind it being on there for one reason, is that you're trying to build the new talent. So him being on there, fine. But remember when they said that was supposed to start off the card, and then Dana White's like, you won't believe what's going to start off this card. Like, if you guys were to see this, you would be so surprised. And then, to be honest, if he had started off the card, it wouldn't have been a surprise. Burchak did win, and I think it was by a leg attack. I could be wrong on that. But, yeah, dude, if you put them in that second slot on the pay-per-view, it gives them some exposure. And if that's the issue, then that's perfectly fine. Black Belt Smith had to switch to the IG. Hey, Raph. Hey, good to see you, brother. Appreciate you for showing up and doing this. I totally appreciate it. I liked it, though. Well, that's because you're a smart human being, Egghead Warrior. That's because you get things. You watch classics like Batman OG 89.
Rick Lula with the judge's decision.
Let's see who's coming up right now. Fabian Ramirez, Mat 3. Richard Alarcon. You got Red Jitsu coming up right now on mat number 6. David Guzman, mat 7. And those are your main ones coming up right now. And it says, what if you're a dual citizen? Can you compete in America and whatever other country you choose? Yes, I believe that is actually the case. So I think you kind of want to be somebody who can compete in both to utilize that. That's part of the reason why we give shit to our good friend Chris Wojcik. So what it was is I was giving him shit, but then I was also like, hey, man, respect to you. And that is red on mat number 6. It's so funny, dude, because like if you ever follow Red, it's pretty inspirational stuff on a regular basis. So it's mostly him just saying like, hey, we're all going to get to the top. Don't worry. And then I'm like sitting there thinking, I'm like, but what if I don't, Red? What if you just get to the top, fam?
Well, if he makes it, we all make it.
I don't know about that. If he makes it, he makes it. But he better send a goddamn rope back down for the rest of us. I just love that. Those are my favorite, like, inspirational quotes. It's like he'll put it up and he'll be like, this is inspirational. And then I'll remember, I'm like, oh, man. Red's so fucking good, though.
Yeah. You got to balance the violence with the positivity.
Absolutely. Well, he has to make you feel good about yourself after he wrecks you. I'm pretty sure is kind of what he does.
Wow, like, what do my body hurts, my pride hurts, my ego hurts. But he's a nice guy.
He's a super nice guy. Some might say the nicest. All right, we're going to put this up to a vote. When we switch from here to there, do you guys want to have a placard that says, please hold and then come back? Or do you just want a new stream? Because I think we're just going to do a new stream, just to be honest. So that way we don't like lose anything and nothing gets broken.
Don't you have to anyway? Seems like a time limit.
So, fun story. I used to do, ooh, nice armbar there. Woo, from dance. Man, you know what the fashion this year is? A giant power bang. Like everybody's hair is growing so long and parted to the side, but way too long. Like the 90s are coming back in a heavy way.
I'm just happy the Cholos Oliveira phase is over.
And where the different hair.
Those are the blonde hair. Everyone wanted blonde hair.
I mean, you know what the weird part is? People like the Tackett's and Cody Steele, like they look dope. The rest of us, I don't know, man. I think those were the guys that I thought looked pretty good. And to be fair, like the homeboy down here in the green hair, I'll remember him more for his green hair. So at the very least, it does become some sort of branding that you stay with.
Who the hell has green hair?
This mat number 3 right here. It's a green bluish.
Oh, that guy. Okay.
Yeah. So we used to do that specifically for Facebook. And our engagement on Facebook is just like gone so down.
It's just parents and grandparents on there. They don't watch jiu-jitsu.
Sure. But I don't. Ooh, Red was in a spot for a second, but he's fine. Yeah, like our engagement went really down and I'm not quite sure what it was. And then I realized whenever we do a fight companion for the UFC, if they have a if they have a post-fight speech and we would listen to it, it'd be like you're putting up UFC content. And it would be like, you're blocked because you put up UFC content. Just from the audio that it would pick up on the microphone from the post-fight speeches.
And it would know it was from the UFC just from the audio of an interview?
Yep.
Huh, okay.
So then I think it started like noting us down. Because I'm like, dude, it's different if it's like a little bit of an adjustment.
Yeah.
It's a significant one where I was like, you know what? Is Facebook even worth it? Like, I don't mind it being broadcast, but now I don't have to worry about it being the main thing. And it looks like Red is going to advance. Good job for him. Congratulations. Red Alarcon is going to continue on. Rafael Gomez is going to be on mat number 6. Meanwhile, Reese Lefevre is coming back. He will be on mat number 8. He's going against Mario Carrasco.
He's already on the mat.
He is already there. All right. Well, just kidding then. That's happening. Jeff Rial is on mat number 7. Yep. Keith Krikorian versus Keith Roberts. A battle of the Keiths is happening on mat number 2.
There can be only one.
Well, I know. Ooh, I don't want to. No, we're not going to be partial, but we know which one is the longtime homie here.
I'm going for Keith Krikorian.
You got to go, bro. Yeah.
Keith number 2, I apologize. Nothing against you personally.
How bad does a submission have to be airlifted out? Pretty bad, bro.
It didn't happen. It was pretty. I didn't see what it was, but I know.
Didn't either.
Look at that! Look at that tornado roll right
Jeff
there.
Rial will not let that go. They're gonna go all the way.
They did almost a complete circle around the mat rolling. He's under the table, I think.
Okay, Adam Townsend. Can I just say this? The question you pose to us is,
Right there? Might as well, they should. Might as well, right?
Adam Townsend, the question you pose to us is, any upsets yet? Not really. The people you think are going to win have mostly won. So
until those people start going against each other,
yes.
Will go, well, okay.
I think you may be seeing it sooner than later, though, because now you're going to, nice. Fever gets the tap on Carrasco.
Oh, yeah, he limping.
Yeah. Not airlifted out, though. So the weird part about the airlift that I saw was that dude just looked like he was getting set up for an F5. Like, it looked like he was getting put for a wrestling finisher at first when they put him on the shoulders.
That's how he's going to throw him on the stretcher.
Absolutely. He's going to do, do you ever see the Rey Mysterio, like, in a stretcher?
Yeah.
It was Brock Lesnar where he just puts him into that.
Yeah, poor little Ray.
Milton hit me up and he goes, yo, do that to me. And I was like, if you think I can do that to you, first of all,
it's only
great.
Rare being human to do that to another human.
I was like, and second of all, I'm pretty sure Ray went face first on the landing, and I don't recommend that.
The hit against the pole was fine because it was just like, but it's the whole landing face first and not being able to brace yourself is the problem. Keith
is going up against Keith Roberts, and Keith Roberts is going to try and attack Keith, but instead Keith, like a freaking assassin, staying right back up and is now going to work to pass. He's trying to address the legs, maybe going in for a staple, attacking the head to pass, and in doing so, may have a good grip here. Now starting to look on over for one of the arms, trying to isolate it. You see Roberts getting his way back in, but may have just put himself into a Darce. It does look like Keith is standing well, and I do think he's going to be able to finish this, you guys. Man, yep, now with that step over, it's going to be very difficult to get out of it from here. Oof, and anybody who knows Keith's death squeeze, it can be very difficult, but he remains in it, so congrats to him. I don't know for how long. Elias Anderson and DeAndre Cobre on mat number 1 coming up right now, so please keep your attention on most of these mats. If you guys have the ability to multi-screen, I would highly recommend it. What we have done here is we have actually opened up 2 different screens with 2 different panels of 4. Oh, man, who was going into that? Oh, they just touched the table, though. And that was Glass and Brand Scum. Is that really your name, bro?
Okay. Yeah, he competed in combat.
Oh.
Last weekend, so
seems like a bad name.
Yeah, we said the exact same thing. Nice guy. Real nice guy.
So Golden and Ortiz. Interesting. I feel like I recognize Golden, but I don't know from where. So that'll come back to me shortly. Krikorian Roberts still going incredibly strong. Keith Krikorian, mat number 2. Mat number 2 over here. And then Elias Anderson, DeAndre Cobre in mat number 1. Those are the 2 matches I would highly recommend having eyes on. Johnny Grippo and Troy Abinez is going to happen on mat number 6. Woo! He still got it.
He never let go of it.
Ooh. Follow him. I thought he tapped midway, but I guess he did not. Keith staying strong with it.
Yeah, he did.
And
but this has got to be hurting.
Just following along and tracing to take the side control at this point. And Esteban Martinez is going to take place against Travis DePriest right after this Keith Krikorian and Roberts match. And I think Keith may be in. Yeah, I think he may be in on either this arm. Oh, God. Now he's just transitioning into 3 different moves all in one. Yeah.
This guy has not had a single moment to really breathe.
Meanwhile, I think that you are seeing, nicely done, Keith Krikorian advances to the next level. You do see over here for a split second, couldn't tell if that is the case, but I believe that is Ortiz working overtime to get Golden right now. Jeffrey Al still under duress. They are at points, but it is still 0-0. So intrigued to see how that one will play out very shortly. Let's give you some updates on some other stuff that's happening as we're watching right now. Going to give you a note. Johnny Grippo on mat number 6. Johnny Grippo, mat number 6. So looking to see how that action's playing out right now. Grippo is in the white rash guard. Looks almost like he's playing tennis. But yes, in regard to that, any upsets yet? Not any that you would really want to write home about just yet, but stay tuned. The night is still young. So Travis DePriest and Esteban Martinez. Esteban Martinez is part of this group that I didn't know that's called Bully Me Now MMA. Didn't know that was a real name, but Bully Me Now.
It's not like an invitation. Like, go ahead, try bullying me so I can beat the crap out of you.
Wouldn't recommend it. Okay, let's start talking a couple things. What's up, Edmund? Good to see you. Let's first discuss lunch.
Yeah, whatever, man. Whatever you feel.
I know, but what do you feel like? Oh, I think we're gonna do pizza, but what kind of pizza do you want?
As long as it has more than cheese. Put something else on top.
Do you want mushrooms?
I'll do some mushrooms.
Do you want pepperoni?
Oh,
we don't do pineapple here, bro.
Pizza.
Nah.
And if you like pineapple on your pizza, I got some sauce.
I do like the idea. I'm like, well, no, he's cutting promos on you guys. That's not me. This dude is friends with you. Everybody else, I don't know.
Yeah, not my enemies.
Who is that guy? Hilarious. Okay, so that was number one. Number two, what we should probably start doing is setting up the outside version.
Are you doing? You're not on the mats, are you?
I think the way we had it set up is it's against that wall.
Where it's already set up.
We could kind of extend it out, but we should start moving like the camera tripod so that's the 3-camera setup.
But you're shooting that way.
I think shoot it that way.
Just making sure.
Yeah, because we'll end up switching this camera to being that one over there.
I'll do it. I'll start setting it up.
Hold on, John Cloud. What is this? Pineapple is great on pizza. Wow, Jean Cloud, you think you know a guy, but we let this dude go on up to the Pacific Northwest, and this is what happens. Gross.
I'm just shaking my head.
Just shaking the head. He knows. He feels the disappointment. Oh my God, Ortiz, man. I felt like Ortiz should have had this wrapped up like for the last 2.5 minutes, but Golden has been just barely staying alive, and props to him. Elmore is on, I think it's Matt 4. Yes, Matt 4. Damian Anderson coming back on mat number 6. So Matt Anderson or Damian Anderson, mat number 6. Elias Anderson, a little bit of the Andersons here. Barrett Yoshida on mat number 3, but Elias Anderson against the under. Cobre is up 2-0 against Elias, and that should be a very good match to kind of keep eyes and follow along. So just reminding you guys, them's the things that we are keeping our eyes on, our attention to. And there is a footlock here. Don't know that you're going to see it finish. They're going to take some time to reset them there. Meanwhile, mat number 3. Murdoch and Yoshida coming up very, very soon, if not happening for you guys sooner than me. Both those dudes are exhausted on mat number 3. And, looks like a decent heel hook on what I believe is mat number 4. Rafael Ferreira versus Landon Elmore. Going fast and furious. It's hard to keep up with the action. Damian Anderson is already pulled guard. Nothing against him. There's no penalties yet, since we are in the sub-only portion, keeping a decent frame. And then back up here, Golden and Ortiz actually go to overtime, which is so surprising given the fact that you had Ortiz attacking like just whoa. Now settling into maybe this kind of like single leg X, going to X guard. Now he's on the outside, going to look to isolate that leg. He may be thinking about trying to get a heel hook here. Now, I think that Golden's kind of confused as to what was happening here, but Ortiz opted for the negative point if he can get the submission. So now they're starting to look to figure out what exactly this means. I think Ortiz was just thrown off as to why you would have maybe a negative there or why his opponent would do that sort of a thing. And it says, how's Damian versus DeLuca going? Or DeLucia going? So far, okay. We were mentioning how you saw at the very beginning, Damian Anderson pulled guard. He's trying to look for a shot. Right now, it's 4:27 on my clock. He has a little bit of work to do, so we'll see. I think we're all low-key upset, disappointed. There's no upsets. We like drama. Sure. I don't know that we're upset, though. This is kind of how trials start off. It's very rare you're going to get something that dramatic to start the day off with. And yes, surprise, surprise, AJ Agazarm is off the mats right now. So AJ Agazarm on mat number 5 with Roman Corona. And they are surprisingly off mats. That's a return to form for AJ, actually. Somebody who's been kicked off a stage that is elevated, not a major surprise. Ortiz is going to have to put in some work to finish this footlock with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go. Anderson and De Lucia are still standing up there. It's at 3:48. And I wonder if Anderson pulled guard thinking maybe the wrestling might be too exhausting. If that's the case, it would be smart. Nope, just kidding. He's close in on a finish here. He had a single, reverses it, gets the takedown. No points just yet. And almost a great read by Anderson, who's trying to come up on top on it. And it says, Damien looks like he's going against Austin DeSanto. Yeah, it kind of does, actually. I mean, Damien's playing a very smart game, but if he can really utilize this and get this advantage before they get to points, at the very least, he can kind of set this up. I wouldn't quite get the body lock yet, and they're going to stop them from going off into the dirty Vegas carpets. These carpets are notarized for their ability to, give you a bit of crippling debt, honestly. I think that's what it's from. So Octavio's outside very nicely, setting things up for us to make a move in a little bit. We appreciate him for doing that and getting us all set. Isaac Cordova is about to go on mat number 1, while Jordan Holy is about to go on mat number 2. Currently, we have Damon Anderson on mat 6, AJ Agazarm on mat number 5, and Faria and Elmore still on mat number 4, just as a heads up for all of you. Also, Dominic Lobo versus Joshua Flores is happening on mat number 8. And it says CJ Murdoch versus Yoshida should be a banger. Let me know who wins that one. Yes, we can definitely keep you updated and posted. And it looks like we're about to get a result here from the gentlemen, the Ortiz and Golden. Anderson in on the back. I think he should be probably getting points pretty soon. So he at 220, unless he got it before the points portion happened. But I think this is good enough for at least a body control. So that's going to be a body triangle. Going to wait to see if they're going to award those points. But that, I think that should be points there. Give them a few more seconds to hold that. We'll see. But nonetheless, that's very good control. And Anderson does get his 3. Excellent work there. Esteban Martinez, mat number dose. And he is currently behind. This dude is a tiny Tasmanian devil for a reason. All right. Keeping an eye on everything. Murdoch and Yoshida is happening right now, by the way. Consciousness of Kane. So that is happening on mat number 3. Mat number 3. And currently, I believe I'm a little bit behind on my side, but the point scale say that Murdoch is ahead 6-0. So Murdoch is, now it's 8-0. So if you were waiting to see how that one was going to play out, yikes. So that is what we have on the current docket. Anderson looking like he's in good shape here, working on this choke. It is 3-0. He is up ahead. He is working for the finish. Isn't quite there just yet. So we don't see this right now, but thank you for bringing this up. Cash Outstanding says, can we talk about Mo still wearing that medal in the background of the Damien match? We can talk about it all day. I still don't understand what it means, other than the fact that has Mo been wearing a medal for the entire weekend? And if so, is that normal? Like, why are you wearing the medal, bro? Talk about things that don't need to be weird, that just are weird. I've seen that meme of Wagner kicking AJ off the platform. Can you please tell me what event that was? Oh, man. Okay, hold on. I thought it was a fight to win. I could completely be wrong. Yeah, I think that's what that was. Because I'm trying to remember if it was like a Metamorph or something too. But I felt like AJ had a different match on one of those. And not surprisingly, AJ Agazarm is ahead 2-0, and the screen just blacked out. So there is that. Damian Anderson is going to advance. Speaking of advancing, it does look like, unless something changed, it does look like Murdoch is going to advance over Barrett Yoshida, so credit to him. Let's go back and check the records here. Isaac Cordova and Josh Richards still 0-0 on the point scale. But there's still a minute left to go on that one. So that's round of 64, which means we are slowly working our way through that weight category. So we got Flores and Lobo on mat number, what I believe is 8. So slowly making our way down that process. How are we looking out there, sir?
It says we can be. I just need lights and TVs and shit like that.
Beautiful. Did you find there's 2 cameras underneath on the table? There's 2 cameras. It's the mini Canon M50s that we're going to be using. Okay. Those will be the 2 on the sides, the outside ones.
Is this camera the one you're using right now?
This one is...
You're going to use that same tripod, or is there another tripod out here that uses the same
I think there's a new tripod out there that we're just going to switch to that one. Thank you, sir. Oh, no. Is that what happened there? Barrett got hurt. Oh, no. I don't like that. No. Oh, that hurts to hear. Yikes. Well, thank you for informing us. Timothy Ellinger and Sean Weisenbro is going to happen on mat number 5. Mat number 5 happening in a few. Just as a reminder, we are going to take a short break for an intermission sooner than later. I don't know the exact timing of it, but it is my hope that you guys will come back and rejoin us for future analysis. We'll probably take a short little stopover, maybe about 20, 30 minutes as I feed our team and make sure that they're all good and set up the new area, which is already pre-set up, and Octavio is doing an excellent job of getting that going. So I'm going to try and keep the break as short as possible just so that we can continue, sharing this time together, because we are helping each other. You guys help me to get through this very long event, and I help you with information, it is my hope, and some occasional entertainment as we watch all of these matches throughout the day. Jordan Holy back on mat number 2, and that can't go long because I've already seen them get ready for the next match. So Jordan Holy probably looking in on attacking a leg here, and I think he's going to get a successful moment. Oh, that's what it is. I saw Barrett's arm. Barrett's arm goes out. Damn, that really does hurt to see. So thank you for letting us know that. Oh, no. Fuck, dude. Yeah, seeing that really bums me out. Shit. Fuck, man. That sucks. It says non-ADCC related. There was a badass buggy choke on Cage Warriors 169 by Mitchell Good. No, that's great. Thank you for letting us know. I got one of those little notifications from the UFC Fight Pass that says, hey, by the way, did you know the Cage Warriors 169 is going on? I was like, first of all, nice. Second of all, I have too many screens going on, guys. There's no way I'm going to be able to keep up with that. And that's not a knock at you guys. That's just a knock at these notifications. As it is a near miracle that I'm here and still able to do this nonsense. So my apologies for not being able to give you all full comprehensive coverage, but I think we're doing pretty well for all things considered. So yes, currently we are standing at, actually, you know what, 30 minutes. We could probably swing this thing for a little bit longer. I just want to go to the other setup so that we're not as condensed and I don't feel as bad. And especially like looking at this, like you're not supposed to open that door. I don't want to open that door. But what if I did? Nobody's here right now. But there is a note on the other side that says, do not open this door. So I don't want to be disrespectful to that. Plus, what if somebody was changing behind that door? That would be really weird, right? Yeah, let's not do that. Sam Tello, Grant Kircher on mat number 6. Ezra Elliott and Josh Weiland on mat number 4. Kevin Hughes from 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu on mat number 7. And Flores and Lobos still going on mat number 8, in case you guys were wondering. So those are the matches that are currently happening right now. Isaac Cordova back on mat number 1. Mat number 1. And Joshua Richards still coming in with a negative right now. While Cordova, Cordova comes in with 2. Yes, nice. Cordova is slightly ahead. And you got Hughes on mat number 5, I think it is. And I think he might be able to finish this toe hold. His opponent is kind of just letting him have that leg. Yeah, that's definitely going to smart in the morning. Yikes. What's up, Deb Lopez? Hope all is going very well for you. Thank you all for tuning in. In case you're watching on the Instagram, that's totally cool. You can watch there, but we're on everywhere else. So if you could do us a solid, wherever you're tuning in, we would love it if you like, comment, and subscribe. And a big thing, subscribe. And if you really like what we do here in the comment section, you could do us a solid. Why is Hughes talking at the camera? Hughes literally just did a monologue to the camera, and like we can't hear what the camera's saying. Like none of us can hear what that's saying right there. Just amazing. Isaac Abigan and Gio Martinez on mat number 3. Fabian Ramirez, Nicholas Blanton on mat number 1. Those are the ones that are coming up very, very soon. So they may actually be starting for you guys. And it does look like Cordova is going to get the win. So congratulations are in order for him. Let's go ahead and remind you guys, if you guys like the show, you can go on over to patreon.com/grappling hour. You guys can become members and see my interviews 30 days before anybody else. Now, we do a lot of fun stuff. In a couple weeks, we're actually next week, we're doing a fight companion for WrestleMania. That's going to be happening out of Milton Arguello's Mixed Martial Arts Academy, which, by the way, is where we do our second day of ADCC coverage tomorrow. So a lot of great stuff coming there. But in addition to doing our fight companions, we do a segment called Running the Gauntlet, where we bring on many of our favorite guests back onto the show to take on some pop culture and jiu-jitsu topics and have a blast doing that. And I think you're going to really like that segment. Also on Wednesdays, leading up to the 6th season of the PGF, we're doing a once-a-week edition of a segment called The Bullpen, where we actually preview what is happening with the latest news and information and topics for stuff that is happening with a very similar board to something maybe, akin to things that you've seen on other sports shows. I think you might like it. I do it with our good friends Tim Freeman and Jake Watson, who will be joining me for the pre-show entertainment. And by the way, the week of April 21st, you can see your boy over here hosting and holding it down at the PGF Season 6 on the official pre and post shows. So that means if you like the PGF, and I hope that you do, you'll see me walking you through the coverage for that. And it says Barrett is too old, man. He shouldn't have came in. At least Yoshida didn't get airlifted. Yeah, it still hurts to see, man, because he's the OG. Like he should be an aspirational tale for so many of us to still be out there and do the thing. But it doesn't make it easier to take in. And Ricky Lule is going to be on mat number 5. In case you guys were wondering, Ricky Lule, mat number 5. The airlifted still. It's not an inaccurate statement. It still hurts to read, though. So there is that. But just in case you guys were wondering, yes, we're about to make some adjustments over very, very soon. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, we may do a quick stop down just so that we can move the setup. But like, comment, and subscribe. I appreciate you guys for watching along. It does mean the world to us, and we are having a great time doing our day 1 coverage of all things ADCC. So, this is ADCC Trials, West Coast Edition. A lot of our friends are out in Vegas and getting out great work. So, let me go ahead and see what else is happening here. Fabian Ramirez, it does look like him and Nicholas Barton is over. So, I'm waiting to see what they're replacing that with, as I'm also looking for the Gio Martinez and Isaac Abigan match to start. At least on my timeline, it has not started. So, coming back on over, let me double check this real quick, and that is Grappling Hour. Looking to see where you guys are tuning in. Feel free to let us know where it is that you are currently watching this broadcast, because I'll be honest, there's a lot of different stuff that's happening, and I think a lot of you are actually watching on Twitter, which is the most surprising to me. Did not expect that Twitter was going to be the hero of today's stream, but lo and behold, here we are. Here we is. Appreciate you guys for stopping in. I hope that you guys will continue to come back with us. If you like us, go ahead and give us a like and a subscribe over on our YouTube, our Twitter, our Twitch, you name it, Facebook even, if you're watching there. What's up, Therapy Girl 98? That's an actual healthy human being saying that they are getting therapy. Gio got a rear naked choke watching on YouTube. Got it. Thank you for that. Oh, wait. Gio got a rear naked choke or he got rear naked choked? Because that to me is two different sentences. Oh, you know, it's coming up on my timeline now. So I'll be able to see that result here very shortly. Ian Morkin from Millennium MMA is happening on mat number 8. And Roman Wheeler on mat number 2. So those are the ones that are coming up right now. Geo 1, thank you. That's what I thought. I just had a slight moment of panic, though, when I was like, Geo got rear naked choked. When I read the statement out loud, I go, no. Don't like that result if that were to be the case. If he got rear naked choked, I want to see our boy make it in there, because if he did get subbed, that would have been a surprise. All right. Again, so far so good. Oh, Gio coming in for that guillotine. Very nice. So we know that he gets the rear naked choke, but even that guillotine looks pretty good. You can ask Asim Raida how that guillotine feels. I see what happens here. As he starts to buck, keeps the arms on the inside, Gio forces the back take, gift wraps, and is going to go from that mount position to slowly starting to take the back there. And that's going to be a wrap for Gio. So great work for him. Fabian Ramirez will still be in action right now, 4:30 in his timeline. So Gio gets the number 1 salute from one MacTube. Great stuff to see there. Going to take a moment to also shout out our good friends over on Twitch. Wherever you guys are tuning in, that is where we like to see you guys. We like to put it on all the channels possible so you guys can follow along with the action. It does mean the world to us when you guys are having fun with us and watching along. We will be doing this all day today and all day tomorrow, so don't go anywhere. You guys know you can hang out with us for as long as you want. And then stick with us for longer than you want to, actually, because that's always good too. So I'm seeing you guys sending in notes. Thank you very much for keeping me posted on everything that's happening. In the event you are one of our correspondents, always remember to go ahead and send me a message, because I don't want to miss your calls. But we have some friends who are both there in person and who will be calling in a little bit later or throughout the week as things progress. So keeping a note on things. Tyler E., which by the way is a hilarious way to be billed. I didn't know you can go without your last name, unless his last name is literally just E. Jacob Small, TJ Mitchell, Jacob Glass versus Ian Morkin. Ian Morkin, that is happening on mat number 8. 0 points. They're still in the sub-only portion of their match. And Fabian Ramirez and Nicholas Blanton still going after it right now. I actually think I'm on a shorter lag than I thought I was with them. You're watching on YouTube. That's what's up. Thank you. Shout out YouTube. Love you guys for allowing us to have friends who can keep up with us and watch along with us throughout the weekend. So to all of our Twitter followers, yes, when we take that short break, don't go anywhere. Come find us again. We should make it fairly easy. So if you're not following us on Twitter at Grappling Hour, go ahead and hit that little follow button so that way you can be identified or notified when we go next, because we want to make sure you guys are following along with us when we go to that next. That was a nice little slicer that was attempted there. Burchak is back on mat number 4. Anthony Burchak, mat number 5, Ricky Lule. Those are the matches that are kind of popping out right at this second. So don't go anywhere, you guys. As a reminder, ooh, that's a good heel hook on Burchak. Burchak does find his way out of it, but I think as he was walking out of it, I think he was pretty much as he was turning right when he landed, I think he had that look like, oh, yep, the leg still works. Thank God. Occasionally happens when sometimes you roll your way out of a heel hook, but now he's having a bigger issue where he may actually be addressing this back take. So there is a back control that is slowing down Anthony Burchak. Yeah, Gio's not messing around today. Gio's got time and energy to make sure he's got to get somewhere else. And Fabian Ramirez is looking like he's going to advance if he is able to maintain the 7-0 lead. So good on him. He was able to score a whole bunch in a short amount of time. And now I'm looking on over on mat number, I think that's 5. River Mayfield and Ricky Lule. So that is what is happening there. All right, so I don't see that on that one there. Richard Alarcon, Red Alarcon, is back on mat number 1. And it says Minnesota Maniac Nick Cratton on mat number 2. Nick Cratton on mat number 2 against Robert Wheeler. Or Roman Wheeler, my apologies. Burchak has his back taken. He's in a body triangle. This is going to be a lot to work out of. So he's really going to need to press getting out of this particular position. Lule with 5 points. Looks like he is going to advance right now as they expire on time. What was the Gio result? Gio ended up getting a rear naked choke, and Fabian Ramirez does advance. Congratulations to him. Scott Dance, Richard Alarcon coming up right now. I think they're working to transition into that match very, very soon. So I think we're going to slowly start looking to transition our coverage here in a second. So reminding you guys, if you're watching on Twitter, be sure to like us and follow us on the Twitter so you can resume with us and keep up with the information that is happening as it happens live. Because I'm pretty sure there's not many other places where you can keep up with ADCC quite like this. We make sure that you guys are abreast and informed on all the latest submissions, and you got a pal to hang out with. Your old buddy here, Raph Esparza, making sure you know all the coverage and you don't miss a minute of coverage when you watch with us. I'm going to give a couple shout outs to our friends who have been watching and who we haven't been able to shout out previously. But just to let you know, there is this. That is very funny. I actually didn't see that comment. I want to go back to this one. Thank you so much for this to our good friend, Cash Outstanding. It says, 66 kg guys are lucky Raph didn't do trials. All wins wearing Korea pro wrestling moves. That is 100% true. 66 people are not hard to tombstone or powerbomb. So I think that would be a good day for Raph Esparza. The hard part for me is making that weight and then slowly getting my way back up to 900 pounds. Oh no. It looks like a pretty decent injury on mat number 3. Oh no. That's sad to see. I hope that dude is going to be okay. It says Cam Hurd, PGF competitor. PGF World 6 competitor. That is correct. He's on season 6. He's coming up next on mat number 5. Mat number 5. So I'm waiting to see that. I like that you get all these. Hey, Egghead, are your notifications happening right now? Like, are you getting those notifications that you set for Flow Grappling to let you know what's going on? And by the way, big shout out to our good friend Brandon McCatherine, who is in the chat right now. So love you, buddy. Hope all is well. We are joined by a number of our friends watching on this comprehensive coverage of ADCC trials. We will not be going anywhere except for just a short break in a little bit. But until then, we will remain rocking with you guys on air. Yes, Cam Hurd, who is just a beast, man. If you've seen the way that this guy looks, woo, you had to reset the notifications again. Okay, so that's what it is. Like I'm saying, I think Egghead, you and me, similar on this. We try to pre-plan as much as possible. So I think the worst thing you could do to people who have this kind of OCD is to make it so that it seems like we didn't do something right. Burchak, he was thinking about it. Oh, fuck, man. He was thinking about getting that heel hook, and he ended up in that transition having his own leg get attacked. And speaking of leg getting attacked, we're looking over on mat number, I think this is 6. Yeah, there's been a couple on the outside reaps. That's going to, ooh. Yep. That was good on both times with Diaz and Youngston. Ooh. Do not enjoy that. Diaz getting a win right there. Congratulations to him sporting the VHTS rash guard on that side. That's the stuff that makes me nervous. But yeah, dude, I hate not being able to pre-plan more. if it's up to me, I would be able to pre-plan all day. Red Alarcon already looking very solid right now for a choke from the back. They reset the action for Creighton and Wheeler. It's still scoreless, 0-0 right now. Mat number 4, Keith Krikorian, mat number 4. Keith Krikorian coming up again. He's going up against DJ Maloney. DJ Maloney, Keith Krikorian. Brady Wicklund is coming up on mat number 7 versus David Montserrat. So those are the matches that are coming up right now. I'm going to give a heads up to our friends. Heads up, Keith Krikorian coming up. But that is good to know, because I think tonight I might set up some notifications just to make sure we don't miss some of our friends who are going to be competing. And it says, what is going on with Andrew Tackett and Alex? I don't know that we've seen Andrew. I don't know quite what that is, but I believe he's there to compete. And it says, keep an eye out for Zach Galini tomorrow in negative 88 kg. Okay, will do. Thank you for that. Cam Hurd is up now, so they're just starting that match. That's on mat number 5. And as we told you guys, Keith Krikorian, mat number 4. And he is up against Whiskey. They reset them back to the center of the mats. Keith Orty with some guard play here, so it looks like he'll be in this position to start off the match. But as we're going to go through, I'm going to remind folks who just dropped in, who maybe I didn't give some acknowledgments to. What's up, Sad Tacos? What is up, friends? Thank you guys for joining with us. We love it that you guys come in and out of coverage throughout the day. Don't think we don't notice. We for sure do. And Keith is on a heel hook here, and he had it. Yo, this dude that dude was tapping. I swear to God, like, bro, I thought that dude tapped like 4 times. Congratulations are in order to Keith Krikorian, who advances yet again with a giant smile on his face, as he should be. Yep. I'm pretty sure I saw that dude tap like 4 times, though, man. Tovar and D. Moore happening on mat number 5. Creighton ahead 2-0. So Creighton looks like he is doing very, very well. Cameron Hurd, that match is going on for 1 minute. And let's see what's happening here. Hurd definitely did a few sit-ups and crunches before, so props to him. Man is yoked. And it says, how are you doing this without any snacks or bathroom breaks? Well, you plan them strategically. So when we take a little break here in a minute, I will be taking probably some kind of bathroom break. But before we went on air, I made sure to use the restroom. There are times when you are a professional that you are on air for a very long amount of time. So if you've ever done fight commentary or stuff like that, you do your best to plan bathroom breaks and food accordingly. And if I don't have food, I get very grumpy. So I try to make sure that I take care of that. What's up, Eddie? I hope all is well, bud. Hope all is well at the gym. Hope to see you soon. Come train. And then Austin P., the note was, what was the results on Ezra Elliott? We'll come back to that. And it says, Raph has a bottle at his feet at all times. Don't let him lie. I mean, listen, bro. I'm pretty sure I'll get to an age soon enough where I'm just going to have a catheter in me. So, you never know. I'm trying to see what else is happening here. Yeah, it's, Christian and Cameron is really the match right now to keep eyes on, and that's on mat number 5. So mat number 5 is what we're staying on temporarily, just as your heads up. And if I'm looking at the correct schedule, it does say or indicate that at 1 p.m. they were supposed to start the 77 kg. So they are currently, by my opinion, they're just kind of getting right now on task with that. So maybe they're starting to make up for some lost time. But yes, now that we're starting to roll out some of these 77 kg matches, it does look like we're trying to catch up on that particular area. Medeiros, Hurd, Keith Bennett versus Victor Rodriguez. That is happening on mat number 7. So that is the information I have for you guys. And then it did note that at about 4 p.m., that's when you're going to see the rest of the remaining divisions. So that means all the remaining men's divisions, which is mostly the big boys, and all of the women's divisions. So the women divisions will go down to, I believe it's 16. So they're going to take the women's divisions to 16 by the end of the day. But that's what I got for you right now. Short little pause here. All right, you guys, we are looking at a pass here in mat number 4, and it is still before point, so it's kind of one of those ones where you just want to set yourself up well. Ramos and Joss on mat number 2, and it does look like Ramos. No, not quite there just yet, but now we've got a mount here in that particular case. So we're going to skip around and see what's happening on all these different mats at the moment. So that is what's happening throughout all of these different matches. Again, our thanks to you for all of your continued patience. You guys are definitely paying off. And look in this. It says right here, 10p looking scary. I mean, so far so good. This is your dunkable day. This is what I want to say is, at this level, you will see very good things from people who are very good, and 10th Planet has a lot of very good individuals. What happens is tomorrow is how it looks. I want to give a shout out to mat number, I think this is 5. This is Bennett versus Rodriguez. That's actually mat number 7. So if I'm looking at this right, Victor Rodriguez looks like a fighter in the game Pit Fighter. And I don't know if you guys ever played that video game, but the attire, it's like he just got done with the lift at a gym, and complete with the tape on the feet. It is magnifique. Good for him. That's high fashion for today. Double checking these. Cameron Hurd still happening on mat number 4. I'm sorry, mat number 5. How did that jump from 1, 2, 4? Is mat 3 down right now? Is that what it is? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 has nothing going on. So maybe they're using this moment to kind of catch back up. Okay, good to know. And looking back on over that way, our pit fighter looking to pass guard. And Cameron Hurd is now ahead 5 points to 0. So he's got some good traction. I mean, the weird part of this, the Atos gentleman, Vukaj, just scrambled out. Hurd wanted to give him some props and let him know that was pretty good. You got out very nicely. All right, so Cameron Hurd is ahead 6-0. Darts in, gets the takedown, but gets swept. And now, arm is exposed. He does manage to get it mostly out. I think he's going to be safe here, but he's got to watch himself very carefully. And it says, was there ever any jiu-jitsu athlete that you were starstruck when you first met, like Marcelo or Hoyce? So I have to be honest. The fact that I work in entertainment, you don't really get starstruck. Like, I'll get starstruck maybe with like a really big, notable celebrity. But because when you work in entertainment, it just becomes part of the gig. So sometimes you're around people that you shouldn't be around, that you go, oh, yeah, that's one of my favorite actors. So I don't know. And I don't, how do I put this? I like a lot of MMA athletes. I love telling their stories. I don't think anyone is that cool. Like, nobody to me is like so cool that you're like, oh man, I'm so embarrassed. For the most part, they're just regular dudes, and they know how to work hard. They have good work ethic, and they put on a hell of a show. But no, I really don't get starstruck. It's just my personality. And it looks like Cameron Hurd is going to advance. Congratulations to him. If somebody's probably in best shape for PGF, Cameron Hurd is definitely in that conversation. That dude is fucking really yoked right now. What's that, man?
I'm looking for mini HDMIs.
Mini HDMIs? You doesn't have to do the mini HDMIs.
How are you getting signal through your switcher?
They literally just go into here.
Oh, you're using that. Okay.
So,
okay, well, that's what I'm missing.
The cable should be next to the tripods that we're supposed to attach for the cameras.
I was looking for HDMIs, but if you're not using that, ready to go.
Nah, man. That's the beauty of using Ecamm. Ecamm, you don't have to do it. Especially if they're Canon cameras. All right. Harrison Woods, Jonathan Wilson. Oh, Jonathan Wilson, Officer Grimy coming up. Haven't seen him all day. So very stoked about that. All right. While we're doing that particular thing, I'm actually going to put a hit out right now. Through to round. Oh my God. So happy for our buddy. Shout out to our good friend Gabe on to day 2. Can't wait to see you at day 2, buddy. What's PGF? What's PGF? How dare you ask me this? The most sacred of days here at ADCC Trials. Well, let me tell you, my friend, PGF is an excellent organization that has been based out of Alabama for the past 5 years, or 5 seasons, if you would. This year, they're actually going to make the trek on out to Vegas. So the way it works is, a week-long organization. So what they do is they put together 4 teams with 5 members. And so what they do is they come up with a structured point system so that that team has multiple matches, and the teams that get the most points will advance. So what does that mean as a result? So let's say you go ahead and take out somebody, and that team ends up getting dunked, if you would. Let's say this. You actually have 5 team members. You go to eliminate. So you stay in until you get eliminated. My apologies if that was confusing. You stay in until you get eliminated. So if you both get eliminated because you both tie, move on to the next people, and so on and so forth, until one team advances and one team advances. Same thing happens in the final there. Of that, the winning team will get 100K. So you split that 5 ways. That's about 20K per person. That's pretty dope for jiu-jitsu. But that's not all. The top 8 point performers, based off of who gets joints, broken, chokes, otherwise known as kills, or sometimes if you draw, you get no points. They do this point system so that if you, say, get a point for submitting somebody within a minute's time, you rack up those points. And so if you're part of the top 8 of the group at the very end of that, you then get to compete in an 8-man tournament on the season finale where you can win an additional 20K, which means you could potentially win 40K if you win the whole shebang. That's the PGF. You should check it out. It's going to be presented to you by our good friends, Brandon and Keelan. They have some new business partners who they're expanding it this year, thus the extra money. And yours truly will be hosting the pre and post show for that event. I'm very excited to do that. I'll be in Vegas for a week starting in April 20th. So the event will start on the 21st with the draft. Yes, there's a draft for it. And the season finale happens on April 26th, with, I believe, is a Friday. So hang out with us. It's going to be a good time. But yes, what's PGF? And if you ask me that and you know what the PGF is and you just want me to do a commercial, well, then you won. And you're right. Not only does it sound cool, it is cool. Not just because I'm involved, though that is a huge part of it. So let's go double check here, see what is coming up. I did see Officer Grimy in that explanation. It looked like, did Officer Grimy already win? Jonathan Wilson. Okay, so that's down here. And no, Officer Grimy is out. Damn, that sucks, man. Stream duration, continue without, okay, that's cool. So my thing is telling me right here that we have reached the limit on the Instagram version of this. So I think that's a good time to take a break right now. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to tell you guys, we're going to take a moment. We're going to reset the broadcast. So for those of you watching again on Twitter, we're going to take a little breather, about a 20 some odd minute, 25-ish break. We're going to reset up. So when you see us again, the setup, the background's going to look a little bit different, but not too crazy. And Tristan, I'm so sorry. I got to bail out right now. And it says, haha, did not know, but we'll check it out. I hope so. So come back here in about 15, 20 minutes. Look out for us. Look out for the stream. We love you guys. We will see you in a little bit. But for the time being, that's going to do it for part 1 of part 1 coverage, day 1 coverage. We'll be back for part 2 in just a little bit. So don't go anywhere, you guys. We'll see you in a few. And this is your good friend Rafa Esparza saying, It's been a good day for grappling. We'll see you back on the mats.